Hello, everybody, and welcome to tournament number 2 of the NADCL Season 5. My name is Zen, joined by Dodi, as we have the YodiBrodi Nexus taking on Team Instinct in the start of this next tournament. Mr. Dodi, how are you feeling today?
I'm good. I'm good. I actually did do like a community cast for YodiBrodi and Instinct yesterday, but that was in Division 2. Now we're back in Division 1, and I don't know if the YodiBrodi train can be stopped at all. Like these guys are really solid on both fronts, both Div 1, Div 2. I mean, if they keep dominating like this, we might even have to rename the league.
Just the YodiBrodi League?
Yeah, YodiBrodi show, you know.
Hey, there's definitely worse team names to be having for them. And so, all right, they're looking pretty good so far. But I got to say, looking at Instinct, they are also boasting some pretty solid players here. We were talking about Wake Me Up, USH. These guys are no jokes as either.
Yeah, for sure. But right now, I think we should check on these two lineups as I'm really not sure if Alien Mana Banana can muster all this pressure. You know, like the guy's been in some drama last season and everything as well. But him now on Team Instinct, I think last season they didn't make it that far. But with a few roster changes back and forth, I guess now he has Ush as a carry. Should be interesting way of drafting style. And I don't know who's going to run the drafts on each teams, by the way. Like Scourge McDuck should definitely be for the YodiBrodi boys, but for Team Instinct, it's a good question.
Yeah, he is the captain of the cut, and so definitely has a lot of experience in that frontier. But I mean, do we even have to have a drafter anyways? Isn't the meta completely decided? It's just ban Spirit Breaker, pick Bristle or Spectre, whoever you get your hands on, and kind of let them take care of it themselves.
Yeah, get rid of that CK as well while you're at it. And yeah, as we are been just talking about it instantly, we get into this draft as well. As the CK gets insta-banned along with the Spirit Breaker and the Bristleback. I think those are things I love to see for sure.
Mhm. Yeah, Instinct
Sure.
on Radiant side, YodiBrodi on our Dire. These bands, anybody that's kind of been following, high level play, whether it's at the TI just a few months ago now, or weeks ago rather, or the Kuala Lumpur Major that's going on. There's just so many. It just feels like the exact same bands every single time, and I'm kind of excited. The expected patch should be dropping Monday, the 20th of this month. Hopefully, he's going to shake some things up. Maybe we won't have this big strength meta, and we're seeing a lot of heroes that are either strength or very good against strength or very good in lanes already with the Treant following as well. What else are you looking for these last two bans?
For me personally, yeah. Now you guys also have the draft on your screens. Um, Me personally, I don't. I agree with the Treant Protector. Like to see right now the Grimstroke as well would be a nice option. They go for
Mm-hmm.
Nature's Prophet instead.
Yeah,
Halt
that's
that
definitely been one of the
global
boogeymen of this
movement.
patch.
Yeah, these global movement strats, you know, with the Spectre and the Nature's Prophet, as you mentioned before, are pretty much solid right now in this draft, in this patch right now.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, if you can halt that, you know, slow it down as much as possible, that is very much better for your lineups. As of course, Mr. Kunkka himself with the X marks the spot. There are actually like
Ooh.
reverses to those drafts as well, right? Like you can always think of the disruptor as someone who can just bring you back or send you home,
Mm-hmm.
but for some reason his stocks haven't been rising that much as well.
I think there's a lot of heroes right now that are unfortunately just kind of gatekept from the entire meta because they just don't bring enough either damage or utility. And I think Disruptor is kind of one of them here. But we'll start off with Weaver for the Nexus and Pudge on Instinct. So both heroes that we have still been seeing in the meta. Weaver, probably one of the earliest carries that really comes online that can also shut down these very tanky heroes. The Swarm is difficult to deal with, get enough right clicks off, and that armor shred stacks up pretty fast.
Yeah, and also can be pretty much easily flexed for position fours to harass the back line as much as possible. So
Mhm.
just think of Nine playing it on Tundra or yeah, well, I think most prominently it has been a carry for TI and the open qualifiers for or for the qualifiers in Kuala Lumpur. I've been thinking on ESL which teams, which regions have been playing most of the Vivers, but hasn't been that prominently picked. Interesting that YodiBrodi go for it on the first phase though, as
Well, what do
they
you think about this Pudge then?
yeah,
Is
they're
this also
instinct.
going to be flex, or is this locked in at a position 4?
I think this is just the fact that Instinct wants to play the Pudge, and they just want to steal it away from B God because that him on that Pudge is a freaking menace. So that God just gone from B God himself. I'm really curious to see if Pudge's most prominent counter, the Undying, will make an appearance. Not just because he's sitting on my mic, but also due to the fact that, like, basically, the hero. And yeah, it looked like we have fixed our GSI. So I guess you will have to endure our lovely faces just a little bit more like
Our
that.
apologies. Hey, there's actually one little bit of a flip up here. Tidehunter getting banned out. This is not a very popular hero right now. It just doesn't feel like, with Ravage being such a long cooldown and him having a reasonably mediocre laning stage, that he sees that much play. Why warrant the ban this early?
I think the hero in general, it's just like you know, in Europe we usually say that this is like the circle fighting style, you know?
Mhm.
Ravage, Chronospheres, all that jazz. As Instinct defend themselves with the Undying ban. I really, really enjoy that. That's a good move right there from Wake Me Up. And yeah, you can see that my Jordanese boy knows what he's doing. But yeah, so actually, is Wake Me Up from Jordan or Passing? I'm sorry. I'm
I
really
think
sorry to hear
Jordan.
that.
I
Wake
think
Me
I
Up.
just looked at.
My
I
bad.
think I looked at his play, and I think it was Jordan.
My
But our
bad.
first 10 bans are out of the way into our next 6 picks, and Dazzle will be second up here for Instinct. Now, this hero's stocks, I think, have been rising. One of the few, I think, intellect heroes that can really punish, these elongated fights. Obviously, so much healing gets pumped out too, but if you can't get rid of or stop them from attacking you, you're just going to be slowed to a crawl forever just from poison touch alone.
My bad. Like the damage output is pretty much insane, and the sustain with the Shadow Wave itself is not that. Should I say counterable?
Mhm.
But forcing the enemy Dazzle to get Shallow Grave as fast as possible is the name of the game here. So I really want to see like a jumper, like a Tusk or Sand King works. Not really on position 3 though, but we'll see how YodiBrodi.
But where else
Uh,
is this hero really
yeah.
seeing play? I mean, this is like a locked in 3 in my book.
2 is sometimes where we see it in high tier pubs.
Okay.
On the mid lane, it's pretty okay there
Up
because with the
against a,
Sandstorm.
a Dazzle? Isn't that
I
like a pretty
think you
rough
can do
matchup?
it. I think you can do it because like you can just basically sit in your sandstorm and then just wait for the gank and pray because then you are basically the setup himself. And with the clinks coming over, I think that's a perfect matchup.
Okay, you see perfect matchup. I see 3 people that go invisible. I mean, where's the bounty hunter? Where's your Slardar? That's what's screaming out to me right now.
I'm really not sure that's what we're going to be looking at, but I guess we'll see because getting those track visions and those controls. I think that's what you're more of what you're looking for. Put down your sentry wards, swap them back, and then dust them down if you need to in case of the Weaver, more than definitely.
It just feels like completely raw aggression on the side of Nexus and completely saving defensive play from Instinct. I mean, you've got Pudge
All
Shard
you
that can
wanted
save you,
aggression.
Dazzle, Venge, and now Spectre. Like, you have this. This is like the making hallmark of a 4P1 for Instinct right now.
You really wanted aggression. There you have it with the Spectre. I think if the Pudge makes the catch, then the Spectre joining up is indefinitely a kill. Um, I'm lacking the team fight approach from YodiBrodi Nexus right now. With the epicenter there, it's not a bad control, to jump in, but you need something to just distract the enemy. And as soon as I ask for it, Scourge McDuck delivers with the Pangolier. Or actually, it's not. He's most likely going to be playing the Viva right now, as far as I can tell. Who's going to be playing this Pango right now for
Yeah,
Yodi?
there's a lot of flex right now on YodiBrodi Nexus. I think everybody but the Sand King and Pango are. I actually don't even know if Sand King Pango is 2 or 3 or vice versa, or if this Clinks is magically going to become a core. this Clinks should be a support, right? Tell me I'm not crazy.
I think you're right. It's looking more and more likely that we are going to be looking for a roamer Clinks with Sand King position 3 would be my guess, Weaver, Carry, and Pangolier mid, but obviously there is that variety that you've been speaking of here as well. A hero that has been so bad, but I would love to see a bit more of is Mars, for sure. If we're talking about these big team fight setups and etc., etc.
Well,
But
we got to focus on, I think, supports for YodiBrodi
yeah.
Nexus. I think that's what they need. Oh, I don't know. Weaver could be Weaver Clinks as a roaming support duo that's both
Oh, please
invisible.
no. Oh,
That
please no.
sounds so
That sounds
dangerous.
atrocious, actually. Clinks
Let's see.
5, please no.
AA getting banned out, that is definitely a great call from Instinct here, as they are still searching themselves, likely for a position 3. Pudge Venge is their support duo.
Yes, I do agree with that notion. But I
No.
think like a
What's still
lot
in the
of
pool for them?
I think a lot of heroes are there. Beastmaster is available. I think the two big boys, Doom is there, which is really, really nice against the Pango. Hold him down. And the Weaver, obviously. Um, big hold downs. I would say Enigma about like 3 patches ago, but that hero has been non-existent for like the past 8 months. 6
I
months, maybe.
definitely think I think you're on the right track with a Beastmaster, something that builds that jump. Maybe like an Axe. Blade Mail feels really good against a lot of this damage that is, you know, uncontrollable. Clockwork will be taken out. That's even more jump that they do not want to be able to deal with here. Last ban for the Nexus, they just banned out Primal Beast, definitely one of the strongest position 3s, let alone 2s at the moment here, and they've got a solid minute left to make up
Think
their
of
minds here.
if
But
Instinct can just basically, okay, if they lose the Beastmaster, what else is there? Think if they just go for just straight up chase with the Lycan, that could be an option they could go for. Or they can just double down on defense, go for the DK, and then just slow push the enemy out of the lane. Yeah, I think that Death Prophet ban is definitely something that doesn't just halt your push, but also your team fight.
I think the Death Prophet was a really good ban because the one thing that they don't have right now is a frontliner. Okay, what about Wraith King?
Yeah,
You need
Wraithing has been a
somebody.
passive
You
of the
need somebody
past.
on an Instinct that can actually just sit up front because Spectre wants to be a late join. Pudge, Dazzle, and Venge,
Pretty
they're all sitting
classic.
behind.
Pretty classic, but I'm just not sure about the escape because, on the other hand, there's just Burrow Strike, Rolling Thunder. There's so many things that will catch you in your second life as well. And YodiBrodi just finish it off with the perfect team fight element with the sun falling. Oh no.
This is tough.
I'm
There's nobody that's clicking this egg right now for Instinct.
Perfect no
Okay.
for sure.
Audible this call. What about a Centaur Warrunner? Right? You have that stands in front. You have no way to hit the egg, so just run away from the egg.
Or
Just run
just
away
run
from
into it.
Epicenter.
Or run into it even faster. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Well,
TA is picked up here. I do not like this pick
that
at
means
all.
it's a Dazzle Vengeful support. No, it's gonna be the Wake Me Up Pudge support.
This is... I can't even begin to count how many different damage instances are out. You've got the Phoenix Sunray, which does a lot. Each bite from the Weaver Bugs will do something. The Sandstorm procs. Clinks has a ton of different summons that are doing it, and the Pangolier Swashbuckle. Every one of those is a different damage instance, let alone not even considering if he picks up like a Diffusal.
I personally think I'm biased towards YodiBrodi Nexus right now, looking at these two drafts.
I don't think
AMB
that's a
going
problem.
for
I think that is the easy pick.
AMB going for the Templar mid. This is a really greedy decision right now from Instinct. Because there's just not going to be enough farm for AMB and Ush on the map at the same time.
You're worried. You're looking like 20 minutes down the road into like serious farming. I'm more
No,
worried
I'm looking at like
in the mid
12.
moments.
I'm thinking of like after the 7-minute mark all the way until 15. There's just not going to be enough farm for either of them.
Talk to me about team fights. How does YodiBrodi Nexus, their team fight, I feel like it makes sense, right? Clinks,
Yeah.
Weaver, they scout somebody out. You have good jump. You've got the Phoenix on the backside. How does Instinct receive this fight? What team fight ultimates do they have to be able to handle this, raw, naked aggression?
They'll get Dismember on the Pudge in like 10 minutes, but other than that, I don't know. I have no answers here. But I'm more than likely in like the YodiBrodi camp. Like this game should be over in like 20 to 25 minutes. I really don't know what you're gonna do if you're Radiant here.
All right, well, we've got your pick on it. Everybody in chat, sound off yourselves if you're on Team YodiBrodi or if you think Instinct is gonna draw the upside here. We do have a 10-man smoke to start things off. Always fun to see it, but it looks like one side's going north, one side's heading south. What's your thought here, Dodi, about these level 1 smokes or these pre-minute smokes?
Super not a fan, to be honest. If you make 5-man moves, you are definitely giving up 2 runes in general. With the carry at least sticking in your own jungle, you get more information of who's not there available for the fights. So like YodiBrodi's approach, I'm actually way happier the way they're grouping up, with the Clinks going in for the early block and splitting up. But Instinct's approach of just 5 people sticking together, it's just not my cup of tea, I should say.
Sure. Well, Pudge is still hanging around here. Magic Missile yet to be skilled by the Venge. Still outside of vision. Let's see if they're going to find it. Oh, and Hook just off the mark. It's maybe a 50-50 on that Hook, but it should be 2 runes apiece for our 2 sides. And as the horn rings, the tournament has officially started. And now I want us to talk about lanes. Top side here, Pudge on Wake Me Up supporting with the Dazzle Core, Mr. Achy Bones piloting, up against Position 1 Weaver, Scrooge McDuck's hero, and Door on the Phoenix. Is this going to be okay for Dazzle? Does he just get bullied out?
I think Dazzle should be fine here. You stick to your Shadow Wave, level that up as fast as possible. Less on the Poison Touch, because I don't know if Wake Me Up will get close enough for that. But yeah, he instantly starts off with the wave first, obviously. You don't really want to get that... don't really want to get into that, how should I say, Sentry Ward war with the Pudge and the Phoenix. You'd rather more, position the Pudge maybe on the northern forest, like somewhere over here, and then just going for like an opportunity hook.
Well, they both get their Sentry Wards denied, so Ward Wars, I suppose.
So Ward Wars, I suppose.
All right, let's head
down. An option.
Let's head down center here. Jed on the Pangolier up against AMB, Alien Mana Banana on the TA. 7-5 versus a 1-1 start for Pango. That is a rough first couple of waves.
Templar does have the early, how should I say, advantage with the damage, where the refraction of the side blades, you get your last hits in a bit faster. But in general, I don't think the Pangolier is going to have a lot of trouble, because like you can just burst down the refractions with the Swashbuckle, and then, you have the better positioning. You basically just skip Lucky Shot, and then just hope for a gank eventually from the Clinks. That can basically just burst down the AMB Templar.
All right, well, we'll have to come back to middle. Last but certainly not least, bottom side here, Sand King with a point already in Caustic Finale. It's a melee matchup against the Spectre, so you gotta like it. And Clinks, Tar Bomb's already there, and this Venge is in big danger of first blood, but we'll see. B-God could go down first, will be able to do so. The kills are traded out, but certainly Instinct is pretty happy about that one.
Yeah, I mean, that exchange is pretty much just evening it up as middle. Again, Jed's just suffering. Really needs to pick up the pace here.
He'll get a couple of uncontested ones here. AMB, though, does get the Water Rune bottled up. Nice to have that extra, and I just feel like Jed is hard losing the regen war right now, as bottom region's already gone too.
We have a really low Scourge McDuck up top, just shown to you by Pop-Tart. Don't know if this Poison Touch is really doing that works for Mr. Achy Bones.
Scrooge, I mean, he can always get out with the Sakuchi. able to run away at that max move speed. But our first rotation as Jed, actually, he's got to go get the bounty rune just to get healed up a little bit. That is a lot of time away. And I got to start looking at experience now as a separation here. Jed just clearing level 4 as AMV is nearly 5.
Yeah, I can work in your favor in general, but I don't know. Like, I've been talking with Dandris from YodiBrodi Nexus in Div 2, and I'm on the same view. Like, mid lane doesn't have that big of an early game impact as it used to. Like, your 7-minute ganks don't just basically shut down the mid game just yet anymore as they used to. As DNC and BGod are pretty low down bottom.
Yeah, in fact, it's not just bottom, it's not just mid, it's all 3 lanes seem to be doing very, very well for Instinct. Dazzle up top, 17-3, keeping pace with the 19-0 Weaver. I mean, I don't think you could ask for these lanes going any better. You got First Blood, you're not dying, and you're getting a lot better last hits. Though, actually, bottom side, Ush on the Spectre is pretty low. Good body blocks from DNC. Support nowhere in sight. Pudge, it's a long TP. Gonna get a hook off onto DNC, and FF's there with the wave. Disjoints it actually, as Phoenix is gonna show up too. DNC will get the kill onto Ush, and Pudge will fall as well. 2 more kills for YodiBrodi as they're gonna flip the script and for a brief moment actually have the net worth advantage.
Oh, how the tables turn due to these twin gates. Just a factor you gotta keep in mind. Like, a +1 from one of the side lanes can just appear anytime.
It honestly, it kind of felt like a bit of a misplay though from this Venge or from Ush, you know, some miscommunication because he was off busy pulling and Ush was like, where's my support? And I'm sure FF's like, well, where's my carry?
Well, that is just, I guess, failure to communicate, but we'll see if they can turn it around. I mean, with Terror Wave and the Magic Missile, it's just, they're like, one of the heroes is always going to be a problem for Ush to handle. So despite, just locking someone down or even hitting both of them here, as he just did with the Terror Wave, it's not really having that impact. As on the mid lane, we have a 6-minute Rune War.
Yeah, Pudge has been smoked up here for a little bit of time, looking for a cheeky hook. He's almost 3 as B-God's going to rotate over, and that's the Rolling Thunder as Templar Assassin is getting just chunked down from every single angle. FF will show up here, but no mana left, and YodiBrodi, they're bringing numbers to all these fights in the early game, and it's making all the difference.
I mean, 6 people on the mid lane, and Illusion Rune taken. Mid-exchange. If I'm YodiBrodi losing the lanes, or not really losing the lanes, just a bit being a bit behind, I think I'm going to be happy with this even exchange right there.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be getting out of these lanes as soon as you possibly can. Bottom lane, though, hold on a second. No Sandstorm. They could chase, but, Vanguard already on the Sand King. DNC getting those few kills and assists earlier certainly catapulted him ahead. And now, can they bully this guy out? Is he just immortal?
No aggression, as let's see those 7-minute rune pickups. B-God, hiding behind the trees.
Yeah, FF, he's going to walk up here. There's the stun, walks forward, cool as a cucumber. He's going to get out. No TP, though, so he's stuck, but, man, he's going to man fight. B-God's actually going to die.
B-God. Nice tree block coming out.
Slow.
No, it's also
18 HP. Oh, my God.
It's also the tree that he just placed in front of him. The Venge didn't see him, did not have a Wave of Terror. And then, yeah, you're just gone. What is DNC doing, by the way?
Insane. What a play. And yeah, DNC super deep behind enemy lines, pulling at level 5. Just barely missing a courier snipe that has a lot of gold stacked up on it here. But he's the poorest core at the moment, but with FF coming around, he'll at least put on some pressure. Wake Me Up's here as well. Level 6, though, on Sand King. Epicenter's skilled up. They're going to come in with USH. Teleport already. The hook's going to cancel it, though. And this interesting play is just not going to pan out. Wake Me Up will get the kill.
Honorable attempt of the pull right now. As actually, Jed's the lowest net worth core right now. He is basically like 700 gold behind AMB.
Yeah, this mid lane really did not kind of pan out despite the ganks that happened. Speaking of, Wake Me Up and FF on this Venge are around. Gonna get stunned out, hooked through as well. No Dismember. Rolling Thunder is gonna get used, but pretty low HP. Bottling up a little bit here as Wake Me Up should be the first casualty of this skirmish. Scratch that, never mind, double take back. B-God will get brought down. Now Jed, without any escape mechanism, will fall as well. AMB picking up 2, and Pudge says totally worth it.
As the daddy chill call out comes in. AMB just starting to flex up, as do Templars in general. Yeah, early game is always yours for the taken. And as Ush is just sitting on his lane, I guess that opens up the Templar for some farm opportunities on the side lanes. Because you don't really want to push just yet as bottom.
Well, let's turn our attention then over to Scrooge McDuck. Only person in the game yet
bottom?
to participate any kills as...
Zen?
Yeah, you're right.
DNC
I thought that was a foregone conclusion. I thought it was, a done deal.
No, not just yet. DNC doesn't want to let them take him alive that easily.
Right, well, okay, now can we look at Scrooge McDuck, the only person not to be fighting so far? Richest person on YodiBrodi's side? So, mid lane, I guess the fighting is just going to continue. Jed's going to fall as another great hook comes in. Swap back in. B-God will not be able to teleport out of this one here. Wake Me Up's going to try to walk away, but DNC's in. Epicenter's rolling. Going to be right on top of 2 as Ush slowly tries to get out of there. AMB still fighting. His refractions are going to fade very quick, though. DNC will get clicked back. USH gets the kill first. Teleport out, and they'll be close and barely, just barely gets it off in time.
I mean, 3 getting paid off for this. I think YodiBrodi are going to be happy with that, despite getting a bit less gold than the enemy.
They did at least bring down AMB, and now they're going to be smoked up again, heading north. Looking for maybe Mr. Achy Bones, who's been complacent up here. 3-on-1. B-God baiting out well. Rolling Thunder is going to be used. Phoenix around 2, and this Dazzle has no point in Shallow Grave. He's going to play some do-si-do, eat some fruit, but eventually will fall to the gank.
Actually, mid lane, they didn't manage to force the time lapse from Scourge McDuck. So he's going to keep his distance from the mid lane. Giving Instinct the final push to basically take this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, first on the map. And the middle tower, no less. I mean, that's a pretty... It's usually, I feel like, one of the side lane towers going down first.
Yeah, they basically pushed the envelope and tried to take the mid lane as much as possible. I guess they're trying to find that farm area that we've been talking about that they're going to lack in the next few minutes.
But I think they have their eyes set on DNC once more. His items haven't really changed for the last 5 minutes or so. But the smoke is going to whiff. Wake Me Up and FF have been a dynamic duo so far. Both have ultimates, but a big stack being taken. Yor and DNC looking to get away with this one scot-free, but Wake Me Up and FF have other plans.
I guess they're looking at Scourge McDuck right now.
Good Sakuchi gets away just in the nick of time.
Yeah, the dust hits, and Scourge McDuck is under vision, keep in mind. But I guess they'll just eye up this tower and take that instead, maybe? Or back to DNC.
They're going to try. The hook does land. Instant burrow strike away. Sun's going to get there, and I think it is a call to abandon that a play. Sun used, so too is Rolling Thunder, and FF not able to get out. Well-timed shield crash to get over the lip.
I think constantly when you're saying FF, you're thinking of Les Shroud, but yeah, he's not wearing his normal tag right now. But yeah, FF is his team tag, by the way.
Gotcha. I just don't speak whatever language he's got on it.
Yeah.
But all right. 13 minutes in, game's pretty much as even as you could want it here, 9 kills to 11. What's this next, what's the next map movement? Are Nexus going to try to group up, continue to take these somewhat winning fights? Or should we see TA use this new Desolator coming in another 1,000 gold to start taking some towers?
I think Instinct have a pretty good momentum going. They should definitely keep up the aggression on the top lane and the jungle. Find that farming area they should be really be looking for. But up top, jump in.
Yeah. Pudge is going to fall pretty darn quickly here. Too many numbers from YodiBrodi, as what was working before doesn't seem like it's finding the same success. These random Pudge hooks, there's just no follow-up. There's no burst.
Yeah, I do believe that Instinct should keep up the aggression up top, as YodiBrodi should be looking around, maybe somewhere on the bottom, taking care of the enemy's jungle, setting up from there. Maybe then approach after the safe lane, the mid lane tower. Just basically like sweep upwards, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We usually call it that, like the yin and yang of the map. Both safe lanes should start falling. And yeah, both teams should be looking for tempos as DNC almost getting that blink, which is the crucial part for a potential team fight for the YodiBrodi boys.
Yeah, he's been saving up for a while here. Other notable items, AMB does have their blink. USH picked up the blade mail. Anything else stand out to you so far? Except maybe this Phoenix Hand of Midas?
Phoenix Hand of Midas doesn't surprise me at all. I guess a lot of Phoenix players have been looking for these bigger items in general.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're getting prepped for the late game. I think Phoenix is more of an insurance. Like even in the late game, that supernova is something you'll need to handle later on. As they're looking to protect the safe lane tower very aggressively.
Port is coming in. Achy Bones will get the last hit, though. DNC's around. Swap back in. No, they're putting a lot of damage into the TA. Will get out. They're going to actually try to hit this egg. They have a couple people swinging at it right now. Wake Me Up needs one more click. He'll be able to get it, though. Dazzle will fall the moment after the Shallow Grave ends on the backside here. B-God able to stay alive just long enough, but Venge will wisely TP away. A 3-for-2 trade, though, heavily in the favor of YodiBrodi. They're out 900 plus gold on that fight.
I'm just sad for DNC. Other than that, it was a very good execution. Putting out the egg and then just basically taking care of the control. AMB just melted. And then cleanup crew just basically came through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they just didn't... It just kind of continues to feel like YodiBrodi are very okay saying, look, we're going to bring 4 to every single one of these fights. You know, if Weaver's around, great, he can join, but it just doesn't feel like we're getting the same level of commitments necessarily. Though mid lane, Wake Me Up will find a hook. There is no Rolling Thunder, and USH comes in. All of a sudden, the numbers are here. Wake Me Up will get Shallow Graved as Achy Bones picks up another, and a Sop again, door in, no Icarus dive away, but DNC, a nice Epicenter, Burrow Strike in, picks up one, scratch that once again. They are just living barely through this Dazzle.
What a beautiful counter to that previous fight up top. Just basically, you know, as we mentioned, they need to keep up this momentum of the play.
Mm-hmm. Well, it feels like they found this big opening. I mean, there was no cooldowns available. There was Epicenter, sure, but there was no egg. Rolling Thunder couldn't be used. It feels like they're so strong with these ults, but without Instinct, they just have the raw stats, the raw abilities to really hold through.
It's customary for TAs, so I'm still waiting for when AMB is going to get this Dezo, and then I think the real party starts for Instinct's lineup. That's what they're looking for sure.
Top side here, Wake Me Up. Finding the go on to B-God. Wake Me Up won't die. Once again, Achy Bones in the nick of time here, but Scrooge trying to run away has rewind, and they'll only lose the Clinks for it, though it was pretty darn close, as that Twin Gate usage was maybe a bit of a mistake.
Lestrade coming back into safety up top. Just basically doing the switcheroo dance they have been suffering throughout the laning stage. But going for this Roshan.
This feels really risky. DNC's in the area.
And Rolling Thunder available. This is not looking good.
Yeah, Pudge is walking up too, but we're going to have everybody in. DNC is going to start things off with the Burrow Strike forward. Jed has the Rolling Thunder rolling. Achy Bones is trying to run the Sun in the midst of all of them. Wake Me Up will find one, actually, as Dazzle might be able to get away on the flip side of things. USH still on the side as well, and there's only been a 1-for-2 trade. Only the Venge falling. Roche still at about a quarter HP, 2,000 and rising. But DNC still holding on, hasn't used Epicenter yet as AMB goes on to B-God. They have the sentry down. They're looking to chase him. Rot slowed as well. USH will find it with Wake Me Up. As the two left for YodiBrodi are hiding in the corner, and I think their days are numbered. Achy Bones on one side, USH flipping out on the other, but this Dazzle might have been a little too aggressive, but dying is okay. DNC still hanging around, as I'm not sure if there's any extra reveal left for them to spot him through the sandstorm.
DP's coming back.
Oh, hold up. He's coming in. There's the Epicenter on top of both. Roche is so low. Who's going to pick it up? Sand King gets it. They lose both cores and the Pudge as well. And it was just DNC holding on for so long, but he makes the most insane play.
Can Jed make the catch here, though?
Oh, yeah. He's got him. Even with the damage mitigation here, this is just a slow, painful death by 1,000 cuts.
Fire Spirits on top of everything. A huge play from DNC right there.
God, if that's not an MVP play, I don't know what is.
Basically evening up the scoreboard with that one play right there. But yeah, if Door and Jed don't make it over here, I wouldn't be counting on that at all. And I was actually going to point out that Jed didn't make the buyback into this fight, but I guess it all worked out in the end for them.
I mean, that was one Sentry Ward, one dust from being a complete disaster. Instead of looking at this 2021 game with a very even net worth distribution, this could be Instinct with an Aegis, a full team wipe, and a ton of momentum pushing in tier 2 towers. Instead, they're just going to find a free Clinks.
Question is when you're going to pick up that gem, right? On the Radiant side.
Yeah, with 3 invisible heroes.
Yeah, exactly. What I was thinking of as well. Because it's going to be spelling trouble sooner or later for the YodiBrodi side, especially if Instinct can keep up this aggression.
Eyes on Jed, blinks in, and they're going to have a full team execute. And we talked about in the draft how we thought YodiBrodi was going to be the team to just walk over this game, but it feels time and time again, Instinct is the one making the moves. You know, Pudge isn't necessarily thought of, or Venge as super aggressive, but they're making it work with this Blink Dagger.
Yeah, more than likely it's these positionings, and as YodiBrodi is like trying to read more traditional movements on the map, like even this trap, you know, here in the jungle, it's giving so much information for the Instinct boys. Okay, and we're not going to go into our jungle because we just saw B-God running around there with the Clinks.
Mm-hmm. And where there's one, there's probably many.
Exactly.
But,
So
you know,
you're
with
gonna keep
this Midas is almost going to pay off. Yule's is coming out soon for this Phoenix. Weaver has had this Desolator, is looking to finish up this BKB. Are there any items that Brody is getting close to that might make a big difference in these team fights? As
I'm
they do
trying to
full
look.
smoke. This should probably be a dead Dazzle here. 5 on. Not able to get off the Shallow Grave despite a good hook. As USH does commit in. TA's in as well. Instant bash up by Jed. They're going to find T-God as Sun's out, though. Wake Me Up, slow attack speed. USH is barely walking forward. They're not going to be able to bring down that Sun. It's going to stun up everybody, and it is a full team wipe for YodiBrodi as Scrooge McDuck finds 3 and a lot of charges on this Desolator.
They just needed this team fight, and they actually found it so hard. And yeah, they answer with the Desolator of their own here on Scrooge McDuck himself. And to be honest, like, you shouldn't really be fighting into this. Like, even if you do, you should keep up these side aggressions. The way Instinct were approaching the game was pretty good, but then they just fall apart.
It kind of felt like that team fight was doomed to fail from the start. I mean, you lose Dazzle, which is so much of your sustain in these fights. Aghanim Scepter as well, it's a lot of damage. But having lost that early, you know, even with USH committing the Shadow Step in, you didn't need to lose your other 3 members. You could have just said, look, mistakes were made. We're not going to hemorrhage more kills.
I mean, that's a good question right there. He's trying to tank up with the Eye of Scotty coming out eventually on him. I'm not even sure that's going to be making you tanky enough for these fights.
Tormentor picked up. B-God will get the shard. As the biggest lead of the game so far being felt is YodiBrodi is up a solid 8k gold. And Mr. Gaben is giving them a almost 70% win rate at the moment.
It was just 69 like a second ago. That would have been so nice.
We can't all live for the meme numbers.
Life is all about the meme numbers. But yeah, Scourge McDuck going for the Satanic finish off for last item, I guess. What else could he be wanting? Not much, honestly, as the Pangolier. Also looking for the Lincoln Sphere of all things.
That's what I was going to suggest. Against the swap or dismember, I mean, that is the lion's share of the initiation, let alone, I think that also protects you from Shadow Step.
I thought Axe would be the next logical item, or maybe even a Basher.
For Scrooge McDuck?
No, for Jed.
Oh, okay.
For Scrooge McDuck, yeah, that's Satanic is more than perfect, I think. As Jed's gonna cover the Lincoln Sphere, I don't know what DNC is going for. Let me check. Well, he's going for an eye himself, and he's got the Aghanim Scepter in the Sandstorm with the Burrow Strikes. Okay.
I think we're going to see a very similar thing that we just saw, as Dazzle is going to be the go target once again. I'm really hoping the team has learned from their mistakes and not gone for the shallow graves there, but DNC with his own Aghanim Scepter finds the lucky proc from Sandstorm. And this time, no commitment from Instinct.
RNG gods are not so nice to Instinct right now. There's a tier 2 falls on the mid lane.
10k up. And now it feels really difficult for Instinct to make any moves.
It's interesting how they don't want to ball up like they did until like that 20-minute mark, right?
Yeah, I mean, nothing fundamentally changed. It just feels like now, the fear of God is in Instinct, where they feel like, look, these heroes are now too tanky. There's too many little stuns, and nobody on Instinct has a BKB to weather the storm.
AMB with the classic call. Yeah, an AMB with the classic call of, I'm not going to fight until I get my BKB. Leave me alone. I need like 3 more minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I was going to say is, the farming positions up here is a little scary, but making good use of the map. Ush on the bottom side from Spectre. He's getting close-ish, about 1,000 gold away from the Scotty. I mean, is he tanky enough? Should he be looking for, even more tank items after this?
I'd be looking at AMB dying right now.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get out, but I doubt it. The refraction's burned off in a heartbeat. Swap out. Doesn't really matter. Vengeful Spirit is going to fall as well. And it's just a shooting gallery right now. Exactly who gets the kill, it doesn't matter. We're all just kind of dogpiling in.
Basically, yeah, YodiBrodi are more than happy to just, hold out these team fights, take objectives slowly, pace by pace. And I was going to, before he just died here on the mid lane, I was going to congratulate AMB because his trap placement is really, really good for protecting and farming this top area. And you mentioned it's really, really dangerous. But with the traps, you have enough vision and information of just sticking up here safely and soundly. As Ush will opt in to farm his safe outer area as well. But yeah, that Scotty is just still looking far away.
Yeah. Last outer tower falling and a very opportune Roche spawn time. I think this was the fastest Roche spawn I've seen in a long time. I think it was 20 or so seconds, and pretty much, I mean, they're just going to walk up for Roche, which is on the top side, will be for the next 3 minutes. And I think High Ground is on the horizon, and Dor is going to ping it out for his team.
Roshan first. Let's see. Scourge could definitely be the carrier. He's also gunning for Scotty. I don't know if he'll get it before the game ends, though.
I mean, there's still high ground to go through, and the high ground from Instinct isn't anything to scoff at. swap into Dismember, piercing, pretty much everything as long as there's no Lincolns, and then you have TA throwing in some big damage over the top.
Yeah,
You can blow up almost anybody.
Silence and traps and all that jazz, but ooh, interesting. They give the Aegis to Scourge instead of Jed. Thought he would be the obvious carrier, but he will take the cheese instead. Store's already on the scouting mission, looking for a Shiva's Guard instead of the traditional sheep stick.
I think this is a good Aegis on him because he's going to be the tower hitter, right? He's the one up close and personal, actually, right-clicking this tower. Though,
for sure.
V-God scouts out the Venge bottom, and all of a sudden, from the woodwork, Jed and DNC show up as well. And Venge, I don't even think knew what hit her. Oh my god, and a Wisdom Rune steal too from Scourge. When it rains, it pours, and everything is going wrong right now for Instinct. Oh, even AMB getting hounded off this wave. I mean, they're stuck in their base now.
They can't even make a move on Scourge. Nah,
it feels like, what do you think? Desperation smoke time? Yellow smoke out, see if you can find a pick?
More than likely. More than likely. I'd be searching for either B-God or DNC. Get those quote-unquote easier kills.
But with no gem, it's really hard to, find it. Those smokes get broken at a moment's notice, and they're fast, too, moving out of it. Klinks is walking at 546. This Weaver moves at max move speed. And if you find the Sand King, well, he's got a Eul's, a Blink, a Vanguard. It's hard to bring him down.
I think like your team fight mostly hedges on Wake Me Up right now. Because he's the one making these aggressive moves, and I don't know if the Shroud could just basically make those swap moves back with the Wave of Terror and stuff like that.
I don't know. I've played
really difficult here.
I have played a lot of pub games like this where your map is dark. They have a couple of traps out in the wild yonder, but this is the yellow smoke we were theorizing, and they're going to be walking towards absolutely nobody. Ush will show on the lane here, trying to bait in, but I feel like YodiBrodi know this is coming a mile away. They are playing so spread on the map. They said, even if we lose one person here, we're just going to force them back. Here's Scourge with the Aegis, surrounded by DNC and Door, and the mass teleports are already coming in. But the fortification's used, and they are out like a shadow in the night.
Although it is daytime, but shadow in the night is practically.
I like that.
Poetic.
I like that. Ooh, hook just off the mark here.
Nah, what a miss. Yeah, they just need to get one, right? So they can just start forcing out areas of the map they can take over. But I don't think YodiBrodi is going to give them the opportunity as...
Well, they're going to start. Alien Banana is going to pop the BKB, has it in spades. The swap 4, they actually bring DNC down. Gem is on the deck. Rolling Thunder still doing work. They will trade out one for it so far. Aegis and Cheese still around as the teams will split for a moment. Without the swap, you're relying completely on Hook now for the next go.
And they that gem for that high ground.
That gem is huge now. They give it to Pudge. And remember, he's got the blink as well. So he can be like, this is the X factor. That 700 gold doesn't maybe mean a lot compared to 18k, but it means a lot when it's in the form of this jewel.
It's an easy network swap back and forth, but it's more likely that vision control for the Sakuchi and the Shadow Step and the Sandstorm. They're just all factors you're going to have to be thinking of for the next few minutes as well. As Scourge McDuck with the DD. They see A and B on the mid lane. This could be an overextension from the TA.
He's got no help except for Achy Bones, who does have a BKB, but oh, the blink away. Still slowed up, though. Trying to get out. Hook's going to whiff, but I think they're going to respect it as Achy Bones. He's going to be forced to pop the BKB Shallowgrave TP. He'll get to the pool and will be healed up.
Yeah, no DOTs right there. Scourge McDuck.
Hold on a second here. Remember, he still has Aegis, and the whole crew is going to come in to save him. What an expert bait. Pudge is going to fall. Gem right back down on the deck now as AMB trying to put in some damage here, but the rewind from Scourge gets him back to safety as Ush is going to fall too. Trying to teleport it on the backside was not a wise call. Has buyback available. They're going to see if they can hold it for now. The Aegis is reclaimed though as Phoenix is up. Does not have egg. They're looking to do this, but DNC with a nice burrow strike through will eat the cheese, eating a ton of damage here, but it just doesn't matter. This Sandstorm procs are too strong, and they're going to lose everybody but AMB.
I don't know if you saw, there was like 3 or 4 seconds left on that Aegis for Scourge McDuck. If they would have been a bit more patient with this fight, maybe given up the tier 3, they could have taken a much different fight and approached this whole thing. Instead, they're going to be losing 2 racks for all of this.
I think that's kind of the hallmark of what we've seen from Instinct, though, is that they feel like they're playing on such a knife's edge as the hook in onto Scourge, and he actually, he's going to dive. He's getting in pretty deep, way deep in, and now AMB was trying to hit through. If this is not GG, oh, wait, maybe? No.
Easiest time lapse of my life, says Scourge McDuck. So he rolls on over to the bottom lane.
30,000 net worth differential now. Vengeful Spirit is going to live by the Ghost Scepter for a hot moment here as the hook just short. But deep in, Sand King's around. Spectre with the Blade Mail trying to return some damage, but they are just losing to not just an onslaught of abilities and skill, but the money is getting dumped onto them like a Brinks truck. There are too many items, and GG's. If you're not going to call it now, you got to make a choice when, because there's just nothing left in the tank for Instinct.
Lushby's back. It's not much as AMB. He's looking to be sitting out for the next 20 seconds. Mega's on the rise, and I think tier 4s are next. Yeah, wake me up. We'll just call it.
Yep. It was a valiant effort here, but I think you had the right of it, is that this game is hallmarked by impatience. Too many times it felt like Instinct tried to push the envelope, and in the right moments, YodiBrodi, whether it's DNC with that amazing Roche steal and double kill on both cores, or if it's that go at the very end before the Aegis falls off naturally, if they just were a little bit more patient, we could be watching a completely different game.
Yeah, I mean, any given Sunday, Appuccino did say, it's like, it's just there right in front of your face. Like, every inch of a mistake, I think the enemy will exploit it too, and especially here in high tier Dota, you can't be making these mistakes that Instinct have done, and it just goes to show, like, right, like if you have Venge and Pudge and you're not really concentrating on your positioning, eventually that momentum that you have with the TA is going to run out. So,
well, yeah, before we wrap up this first game, I got your thoughts on MVP. I mean, my mind, I'm looking at DNC on the Sand King and thinking, how can I look at anybody else? But I'm open to hearing the 14-1 and 11 Scourge McDuck.
That's the I can't. I loved the way Scourge McDuck played the Weaver aggressively, and he made all the right moves, all the right items. I think every item choice he made, it was basically perfect. And yeah, they were a bit slower than I expected them to be. I thought that they're going to turn the laning stage over way faster, but in general, yeah, I think DNC was basically the one who turned the game upside down, and then Instinct basically didn't really have any more chances on the map or any space to where to farm.
Yeah. At one point, this game was 21-20, Instinct up. They would only kill... Oh, sorry, they were down. They would only kill 4 more people as YodiBrodi doubled their kills over the next handful of minutes. That game went from 0 to hero pretty darn quick, but that is just game 1. Anything can happen with the rest of the series. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're going to have game 2 between YodiBrodi Nexus and Team Instinct coming up for you in a second. And I got to tell you, we thought YodiBrodi was going to do really, really good. We thought they were going to crush, and then it started completely even. In fact, I would argue that Instinct was winning. If that Roche fight goes differently, everything is up for grabs. And with that in mind, I got to ask you, game 2 or game 3? Where are we ending today?
That's up to the Team Instinct boys, right?
Oh, come on. Have an opinion.
In my opinion, I don't know if you can stop YodiBrodi right now because the way they are team fighting, they're setting up their draft. I gotta watch a draft first, man. Like, I can make good predictions on teams, but here in NADCL, I've been quite off. I think in all my casting this year, I think my NADCL prediction rate is the lowest by far, like under 50% for sure. But yeah, in
Maybe just
professional
start flipping
Dota,
some coins at that point.
yeah, in professional Dota, I'm pretty high. That's like around like 70% or so.
That's
Like in
really
my
good.
other cast. And then yeah, but I don't know. It will be all about the draft that's just coming up, and I guess you guys will see it on your screen soon
Yeah.
enough.
We're going to start off with the bans per usual, and would you look at that? Spearbreaker and Bristleback. And, oh, hey, Weaver, there's some respect.
Just
Oh, wait
gonna
a second.
flip
That's
on
from
my screen right now.
YodiBrodi. Never mind. That's anti-respect.
Nah, I think the hero is just too good right now. So him being on the first phase, I'm actually not surprised that the ant makes it this high.
Is
up
it
on
just
priority.
because Instinct has first overall pick?
In general, I would just get rid of the Weaver myself. It's in my top 3 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's kind of like a cheeky kind of banning strategy. Like, oh, I just dominated with this hero, so you know what? I don't want to play it again. I don't want to do the repeat, and I'll just take it away from you.
Yeah. Instinct, though, will respect ban the Sand King. We're not going to have DNC with a return to form. But
That
with a
is
couple of
quite
new
unusual.
bans, there's going to be a couple of heroes that we saw last time that are, the boogeymen of the meta, like Nature's Prophet, like Chaos Knight, that aren't going to get banned. So one of them could be picked up pretty early here. I mean, we're still
Yeah.
looking at NP. We're still looking at AA got banned in the first round last time.
And especially, of course, the CK is what I'm looking at right now because he's just such a definer of what the game is going to be in terms of the timings, in terms of the rotations. They banned a Necro. Okay, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this did get banned out last time as well. I think YodiBrodi banned it too.
I'm not sure who was first phase and second phase last time around.
Well,
I wasn't paying that much attention.
last ban for Instinct here before they get a couple of picks.
Yeah, they're gonna take their time with that last phase ban. I think that it's either, protect the CK pick or just get rid of it as soon as possible and then just pick something of a comfort.
Well, if you're looking to pick the CK up here, what's like the number one? I do not want to play against this hero as CK.
Sven, I guess, would be an option.
Okay.
So that's basically the first one that comes to my mind, but...
Or are they maybe thinking about, a combo with Grimstroke? Yeah, that hero's still on the docket.
They get rid of the Spectre instead, and maybe they'll take the Grimstroke themselves.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of good options still for that Grimstroke, but Nature's Prophet is going to be the one they decide to go with here. As Kunkka, both these heroes banned out game number 1, and both of them going to get first picked by each respective team here. You've got global presence with this Nature's Prophet kind of taking over that Spectre role. And Kunkka, as you called it out earlier, circle fighting, I believe was your phrase. Yeah, there's, I think, no better circle fighter right now than Kunkka with his Torrent Storm.
Yeah, the water park is just so strong right now with the Ags. It's just such an iconic thing with this patch.
And Kunkka alone, without building any damage items, does a lot of damage, and he's tanky. I mean, he's got like 2,000 life at 12 minutes. How do you kill this guy?
He's a big boy.
Plus Rumba.
I think like Necro is one of the biggest counters, so it really makes sense right now how YodiBrodi are drafting. I was theorizing a draft with the water park though, like bringing the Kunkka, bringing the Tide.
Hmm.
'Cause it just gives you like an all-around nice tempo of fights. Because the cooldown, I think you can fit in two ghost ships with the cooldown of Ravage itself. But the big team fights, like the Roche fights and everything, you can just make it like a nice timing cycle if you get the Ravage as well.
Well, you also have the lore to consider. They're at
They're
odds
not
with
that
each
big
other, so
buddies. They're not that big buddies, but I mean, like Liquid have tried that lineup and it's
they'll
strong.
they'll act professional when it's at work. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Well,
10
they'll
seconds
put their
left
differences
here
aside for sure.
before YodiBrodi steps into reserve time. Come with as a first pickup here is likely going to be mid, though has seen some play in the off lane. Do you pick up a support right now, or do you double down on your cores?
Definitely support first because the enemy's coming in with double picks, and as is tradition, right? Like eventually after you've seen like so many drafts, like you get into like this kind of pattern, kind of drafting,
Right.
right?
All right.
And
Well,
it's like kind of like opening up in chess.
sure. I'll put this out here. I want to see a Grimstroke on one of these two picks. And I'm not going to get my wish. AA Wraith King is going to be taken.
Interesting.
I don't know if I like this. I feel like AA is more of a response pick. I mean, like, is decent against Kunkka, but I just feel like it's going to be food for this Clinks.
I think Bigot can more than likely make the adjustment and just go wrap around into the AA.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep on searching the apparition. Because AA is like one of those supports that doesn't mind being broken off the enemy, broken off its team, right? And if you don't add your extra damage with the vortex into the team fights, you'd rather just keep your distance and make a big ice blast for the initiation of the fight. But if you can't do that because B-God is constantly sitting you, it's a good question.
That's
If they can make it work. And there's just another hero that will constantly nag you all the time.
well, and it's another one of those heroes that I don't think cares about getting blasted, because the moment you eat the blast, you're like, I'm just gonna hit my ults, and it's a completely new. They're all new hero units. The debuffs have completely fallen off, and there is a lot of health now between Kunkka and this Brewmaster, and even Clinks with his Devour ability. There's a decent amount of damage that needs to get done here. AA has some, Nature's Prophet has some, Wraith King has some, but it's all suspect, if I can call it that. Like, it doesn't feel like very guaranteed damage, unlike what Clinks is going to be able to dish out, or Brewmaster for that reason. TLDR, I'm scared right now for Instinct.
I'm just looking for what the support I would be looking at if I'm up to be against the Wraith King.
Why don't they pick the Grimstroke? Brewmaster's a great Inkswell carrier, so too is the Clinks. I mean, in fact, the Swell and the Brewmaster are more or less guarantees that Brewmaster gets his ult off.
That's what I've been thinking of as well.
These
They just
people, don't
wanna,
they
just
follow
wanna
the meta?
double. Nah, they just want to double down on the team fight, dude. I love what YodiBrodi's doing here.
They pick Chen,
Yeah.
Hand of God, into an AA blast.
I think Zhao Wei is kind of like holding his head because he's the one who basically brought in the Chen Weaver into the pro patch and at the TI. Maybe it was in the group stages was when we first saw it. But yeah, Chen Weaver is just so good right now because right with the time lapse you have one full HP reset on your carry.
Mhm.
Then again with the Hand of God you just basically heal back half your HP again. So it's like like 2 Aegises for the price of 0.
Right. Well, we're still going to be waiting on the position 1 for YodiBrodi in all likelihood here. As Instinct, they'll take the Pangolier out of YodiBrodi's hands, which gives them that, big team fight that they've kind of been looking for here. There's a lot of slow kind of combos as well. The Cold Feet, the Wraith King Revive, even Sprout from Nature's Prophet. Like, there's a lot working together from Instinct, but it still feels lacking.
No,
And they're gonna need.
I can
What are they taking here? Do they want also a carry or an offlane?
I respect what Instinct is doing here, protecting the Pango instantly with the Bloodseeker ban. Would have been a decent pickup,
Mm-hmm.
but Yeah, I think both teams are good carries. I don't think the Wraith King can fight into all of this, especially after Reincarnation Doom ban. What does that tell us here? Interesting.
I think that means that they think Instinct is going to run this Wraith King position 1.
Doom ban. What are they afraid of? I just
What is
ban
the
Primal Beast in general. If you ban the Doom, it's kind of what you're going for as well. Even the Beastmaster for the potential push if they want to go for the Wraith King Beast.
I actually don't think Primal Beast is that good of a pickup this game from Instinct. What are you going to? I mean, who are you gonna like try to like kill? You're just gonna get lifted by the panda, and then you're gonna do nothing.
I mean, it depends. So if you're thinking that both the Kunkka and the Brewmaster cover each other, then yeah, it doesn't make sense. But generally, if you go for the Kunkka, the Brewmaster is not going to be there, especially in the early game. So if Instinct are going for this, I want to go at you and kill you kind of approach, I think Primal Beast would have been a good answer. But if not that, and they also banned the Lifestealer, so they're going to go either or.
Yeah, I guess this Wraith King flex is still very, very powerful this late into the draft. It's still kind of up in the air.
I don't think Faceless Void is a good pick here for YodiBrodi. I'd actually ban Muerta here if I'm Instinct, and then just protect myself from the potential onslaught. Because, you know, like, Kunkka lifts you, and then Muerta just kills you. That's kind of my logic right now.
I mean, they do have decent control for the Muerta inside, but if she pops BKB, she's going to destroy Pangolier even in the ulti.
Messes you to pieces. That's what I'm thinking of here.
But it'll be
And the
the
traditional
Terrorblade.
TP.
Could they pick the Muerta from on Instinct?
I don't think you have enough control because then it just boils down to you getting cycloned and you doing nothing. And if Muerta gets pinked on Instinct, you just go Luna straight up here if you're YodiBrodi.
Well, Instinct has to pick first here. The last overall pick will go to YodiBrodi. A very powerful position for them, given that they already have game 1. But the Sven is going to be the name of the game here. So there's, some cleave through all the different Chen creeps, maybe the Bruling splits. Super late game, you get some nice jump with the Aghanim Scepter. But I gotta tell you, fighting as a melee core, which they've got a couple of in Wraith King, Pango, and Sven, with the Torn Storm, I mean, this feels brutal.
Go Luna. Just tempo them down. You're YodiBrodi Nexus. You got the speed, you got the draft, you got the... I mean, just adding Penitence to Chen, like Chen just adding it to anything. Okay, yeah, ranged. It's the exact same idea. Door and Scourge McDuck, don't approach that lane. That lane is going to be pure death right now. And they have triple lane cores coming out from Instinct. You just basically range them down. Oh, I'm sorry to say it for the Instinct fans. I'm doubling down on YodiBrodi Nexus.
Oh, I think they have a very, very strong draft, but I think the more important thing is I feel like their draft is simple. I think there's a lot of teams that build these very complicated win conditions of like, first we have to do this, and then we'll put some ducks in order over here. But like, I think YodiBrodi, like what you said, just push it down. Get a ton of auras on this Chen Brewmaster, throw your T out in front, and whenever there's a problem, you have a Torrent Storm to protect you, and Klinks is just assassinating the AA and whoever else is sitting back there. It feels like Instinct, until they get BKBs, is going to just struggle. Absolutely. Really, really struggle to fight.
The triple melee approach against this, I'm not a fan. I think they're going to be suffering hard.
We did say this last game. We said YodiBrodi was going to walk over them. They had so much aggression, and Instinct came out, and they were winning. They surprised us. Who is to say that they don't rush a couple Blink Daggers again and really make aggressive moves? With the global presence coming in, Pangolier with very early powerful fighting capabilities and the global presence, why not? Why can't Instinct do this?
I don't know if you're winning the lanes this time around. Like, 2 pairs of lanes last time around were like 50-50-ish. But this time around, I'm quite confident that YodiBrodi's got this. Honestly.
It, Nature's Prophet. They can't lose lanes. This hero's a god.
Eh. You're trusting to the Nature's Prophet way too much. Is a beautiful smoke break coming out from B God.
Clinks is not going to be able to escape from this one, and will be first blood. Unfortunately, goes to the Ancient Apparition, probably the last person you'd want getting it. But hey, a kill is a kill. And who said 5-man smokes are bad? Come on, Dodi.
I did. And I still hold up that they're trash.
They got a first blood. That's, it's 80 gold for the dust, or sorry, for the smoke, and they netted, or they got, 600 out of that. That's pretty good. Okay, 550.
Not convinced.
What do you want from me?
I'm not convinced. I'll be convinced if they're winning lanes, and by 6 minutes they're 2k up.
All right. Well, the horn is going to toll. The time will take over, and as sunlight rises, both teams will take 2 bounties and head to their respective positions. This time, let's mix things up. Let's start middle. Let's talk about this Pangolier v Kunkka.
Good question. If A and B can basically do the opposite of what he was just dishing out last game around. Because Tidebringer, he starts off with a shield crash, interestingly. I'm not a mid laner. I haven't played mid lane since like Dota 1 days, so I always just usually speculate on how the lane goes down. And that's usually wrong, but...
Well, Jett is continuing to do great things here. Yeah, starting off early. I mean, Tidebreaker just feels so good. Kunkka just feels like he wins almost everything. But we'll see. Maybe A and B can pick things up again in a hot sec. Let's head top. Let's talk about this Brewmaster v Sven matchup. Any kill lane, farm lane, any aggression that we should be worried about as a courier is gonna be deadened?
I think B-God should just continue what he's doing right now. This aggression onto the AA is very much warranted. Slowing down his game is pretty much a priority to protect the Templar. Speaking of the Templar,
it gets a little low here. Some decent aggression. Once again, Chen not around. I feel like we, kind of saw the opposite of this previously here, but already with the Harpy Stormcrasher, this creep lives rent-free in my nightmares, and I think it is well worth putting in all this damage trying to kill it early, but it puts them out of position. Wraith King is going to eat a big slow, a good Veld Strike, and Scourge trying to chase, but Achy Bones will be able to walk out of this one.
Nice zone out on the Wraith King. There it is, part of the U.S. military strategy. Don't kill them, just wound them. No, it's a strategy.
No. Injured soldiers.
Injured soldiers are way more valuable than killed. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm with you. But okay. So bottom lane here, we've seen that. Oh god, another Harpy Stormcrafter, 3 mana regen. Good lord, yeah, that's an easy death.
Now with the penitence as well,
which gives
nightmare.
It gives the increased attack range here, something that TA always struggles with. So it's a great lane combination. I'm worried about bottom lane for Instinct.
That speed is just bonkers as well, especially on like level 3 or 4.
Klink's lucky, I think, to be alive right now. Unless USH can find the kill, he'll eat a little bit of Fairy Fire, but it's not going to matter. AA is going to try to get out of here, stay around for the Cold Feet. Great ability early game to prevent these kind of trades from happening, and DNC will just walk right on back to lane. 12-1 on the Sven, 11-6. Good denies from the Brewmaster as he'll pick up another Lotus, unless... Oh, good stun to get him off. But okay. So things are going decently well as bottom side, oof, man, Chen getting pretty low here. But how do you lose a lane with the Harpy Stormcrafter?
I mean, you kind of want to get that level 2 into Divine Persuasion and get like a healing creep. Just don't know which one. As Wake Me Up is doing that zoning thing he did with the Pudge. Basically, position 4 stuff. Nice turn coming out from Achy Bones.
I don't know if they're going to quite have the damage to go through this. In fact, they're going to have to worry about the turn Descender. Wake Me Up getting pretty low here, Achy Bones. That's a long cooldown on Wraithfire Blast level 1. 17 seconds. It's hard to make those double goals, but TA, oh, they're manning up. And Scourge, he's going to find a kill. And they actually are going to get 2 as well, unless the TP's out in time. They just didn't have it.
Just on the crisp of death, Wake Me Up makes it out.
Oh, all right, so the side lanes are going okay for each core side. One side going good for YodiBrodi, one side going good for Instinct. I guess that means the tiebreaker's down the middle. And Jed, 29-5 is, you know, he's got a decent lead over the 23-1 AMB, but it's pretty close. I mean, 7 creeps isn't the end of the world. I don't know. Where's this? Who's gonna make the first rotation here?
More than likely the Pangolier, I'd have to say. If we're talking about the mid laners.
Yeah, I mean, are they? Do they want to even leave?
I think one of them will be just forced to leave as Achy Bones and Wake Me Up just can't pick up Scourge McDuck to die.
It's close. It's so close so many times, but it's hard. These refraction charges earlier are solid, and there's that healing creep that you were talking about earlier. But DNC trying to keep his pal alive here, but the rotation coming through, the global teleport from Wake Me Up, and now they're chasing this Brewmaster. They're gonna have Sprout in another second here, but they choose to not commit it. Yeah, how could we forget about Nature's Prophet as the first rotator? Oh, they're going back in. Look at this little fake back from Nature's Prophet here. A nice little clever play will be enough to get it as USH on the Sven. Excuse me, Ush. He'll take a little bit of beating here, but he's got a full set of treads. Nice 500 gold in the bank as he's doing pretty good. Second overall on net worth 6 minutes in.
Wake Me Up stealing the Arcane Rune. I don't know if Jet can make a reach play here. Not really. It was actually up top. We have a bit.
They might turn it on to B-God here. Wake Me Up's got the Sprout, boxes him back in. AA will be able to survive. Yeah, has the Fairy Fire at worst case scenario. But bottom side, God, it leaves Achy Bones all alone until Nature's Prophet can get back. This time for sure, they should have him, right? They eventually will. Achy Bones survives, though, is being chased by the Shard Golems. Should be okay. They're not fast enough.
Yeah, AMB making the rotation, securing that for them. And yeah, this early aggression coming out from YodiBrodi was basically just take care of the tower, but they're overextending themselves a bit too much for my liking. As even though like checking last hits though, they're doing really, really well. So that is why, like, you know, even with 4 kills up, Instinct are not that much in the lead.
But this is kind of like the different play styles. You know, it feels like YodiBrodi is like this very solid, look, let's just farm up, let's get our items, and when we're at our power spike, then we'll play together. And Instinct says, you know, let's go early and often. Let's take the fight to them. If they're not on the map, that means they're not farming.
Oh, if you like looking at graphs, this is graph perfection right now. One team has the net worth lead, the other one has the XP lead. Everything is just standing perfectly in the 15-50 mark.
Well, 7 minutes, 40 seconds in, and we're going to have our level 6s coming out pretty soon for everybody else. DNC will probably have it in a wave or so. Bottom side here, Wake Me Up, about a quarter way there. Achy Bones a little further behind, but AMB on this Pangolier rotation's not going to pan out. Scouted out likely as Kunkka. Trading some barbs.
Going to be up top. Don't know if AMB will make it over there in time.
He's just holding it for us, buddy. No bottle to take it though, so they're gonna go. They grabbed it on Clinks.
Wanting to be aggressive on the mid lane. I guess AMB is down. Several Thunder for the party.
Bottom side might be the first real fight here. Door will be stunned up. Achy Bones, Wake Me Up, and AA are all around. Will get the kill. Achy Bones, though, will trade with his life. Scourge gets the return. Jed's here as well. Gets the X marks the spot. That means that's a return to sender. You've got global TP, but I've got a global FU. Wake Me Up is going to get bodied. They're going to give the kill over to Scourge. Well played triple for the TA carry. Yikes. That is... Oh, no. Not again, dude. I can't see Instinct making the same... You know, they go up, and then they just walk into a trap. It just feels like YodiBrodi is so good at laying them out.
I don't know. Yeah, these early laning stage rotations are actually straight up after the early laning stage. Being way too greedy with it. And Jed's response is just, yeah, an easy shutdown.
I mean, that trade could have been salvageable if that teleport away from Wake Me Up could have gotten out in time, but I mean, now it doesn't even matter. You look at the top two farmers, and Scourge and Jed on this Kunkka TA, they are only close by Ush, and this Sven is going to have a lot of work ahead of him. And it's hard, I think, for Sven to deal with refraction charges, to deal with torrents, to deal with X marks the spot. Like, that's just not in his kit. That's just not what he's built for.
And Beast Pango not even allowed to put out the Rolling Thunder. They just need to back off and replan. I think they're all looking at Scourge McDuck right now, but instantly, I think TPs are all ready. So despite the smoke approach, I don't think they're going to have a good time.
4 members bottom here. I actually think that Ward is going to scout out that there is a smoke play coming in. So AMB and AA, they're going to head north looking to catch any rotators through the jungle, but B-God is keeping his distance. And meanwhile, though, mid tower is falling. The army of creeps from Chen, Jet as well, dealing with the wave, and a Cardi the catapult to boot is going to be most likely the first tower off the map.
B-God will sacrifice himself to protect the push. And yeah, it might look like, due to him giving up first blood and him being 053 on the stats board right now, that the Clinks is just feeding. But honestly, he's getting so much information on the map for YodiBrodi Nexus right now.
And it's a tough lane up top as well. You know, the Sven plus AA, there's a lot of control and a lot of damage that comes out, and your pal in the Brewmaster can't really do too much to help you. So I think he has adapted very well, and I swear I just saw this mid lane, but once again, Door on this Chen doesn't even need 6. He has marched through 2 different tier 1 towers.
Yeah, speaking of that, he just gets the Hand of God, and as soon as AMB wants to make a move, his supports will disengage, and everyone just wants to get Scourge McDuck right now. I think they're putting way too many ducks in this basket for sure.
We'll see. AMB is going to start things off. The AA Blast as well will click through. He will die to the hypothermia eventually. Achy Bones gets the last hit, but Jed's around. Pangolier is going to get cleaving in 2. Achy Bones has his ult. It will get popped here as Wake Me Up is clicking, but the Kunkka with Blade Mail is a tough target to crack, and Achy Bones, he doesn't care. He's going through it. Meanwhile, as this is happening up top, there's some contestant as well, as USH is chasing this Chen, trying to pick up a kill on the top side, will be able to do so. God's Strength nets him a double kill as they lose 4 across the map. Ironically, only the Clinks lives.
Definitely the exchange.
That was some sexy play, man.
Yeah, definitely the game that Instinct was looking for, or to play on the 2 sides. With that Wrath of Nature doing so much damage.
Oh, okay. There's some all chats. Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, with all those spells coming out. I mean, I think they just basically forgot to Cyclone the Sven. Or just made that aggressive move with them and the Chen, you know, trying to make that play. No, learning from their mistakes, or not. DNC is about to die.
I think that was a 1v2 up top as well for the Sven, and it's unfortunately no split available, so there's no chance of a return.
Going face where you're not supposed to.
All right. Well, Instinct looking for their first tower kill. 4 still bottom right now. They have a creep wave as well. This tower, 380 HP, Orb of Corrosion as well. It should fall. As, hold up, V-God playing that assassination role, and there's no way Wake Me Up knows about this, right? He dropped a sentry.
Yeah, Bigot just wants to go for the steal on that rune.
Oh, he knows. He knows. They're not showing early. USH is there. They're trying to bait him in. V-God does get the Wisdom rune, but at what cost? Nice bait from Wake Me Up.
If you're in a position 4 or the 5, I'd still die for the 7 and the 14-minute runes. To be honest, though, I think it's kind of worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, if you want to do some NA math, it's plus experience for you and the other person on your team, and it's minus experience, kind of, for the other side.
You can always argue if it's kind of worth it that you're just giving up time off the map, but what a big smoke coming out from Door and the boys.
Double damage as well on Jed. It looks like it is the Water Park build. He's over halfway to his Aghanim Scepter as AA and Banana Man are out front, and I think that smoke is going to get scouted out. DNC, one of the only ones showing at the moment. But the move is top. Into the triangle, and Scourge McDuck is there. The blink from Sven, AA Blast over the top. Doesn't really matter if you're invisible or not. Everything just hits the ground, but Ush is gonna get dragged back in. Rolling Thunder still working, doing some work here. Jed trying to get out. Will actually be able to bring down Ush beforehand, and I think this Pango is gonna fall too. Swashbuckle, yeah, you're coming right back in, buddy. It's a 2 for 2 when all things are said and done.
With the split, you can keep on searching as Door is just trying to lead the charge.
Oh, but on the high ground, it's a huge bait, and Shen crit to death. Creeps might get cleaned up as well. And boy, man, that was a nice little double back play. But I gotta ask you, Blink Dagger on Sven, I was talking about the aggression here coming out. Are we a fan of this first item Blink, or not a fan?
I'm okay with it after the fact that it came out from after the Mask of Madness and the Echo. It is a logical move, but I don't know if you want to be this aggressive.
Scourge trying to return Nature's Prophet pretty low, will fall. AA Blast is going to clip onto a couple. Achy Bones, no Radiance, but has the ult. Might not even get popped as AA is trying to buy some time. Achy Bones, Neld struck down. This is going to be a double death for him. Oh, just a little too greedy. Instinct staying around to wipe past their welcome, and without big ultimates like Rolling Thunder, there's no way they can fight that.
So yeah, my only caveat is I would not be this aggressive until I get my BKB. Going on to Scourge McDuck, trying to make this area dominance. Sure, you can just shove down the lane and take the tower, but going to the enemy's triangle and trying to just force this issue, eventually you are going to be losing Roshan, and it is what's going to happen.
Scourge will take the Aegis, and Jed, without a courier for a minute, that might have some portion of his Aghanim Scepter on it. They might wait that extra 60 seconds just to make sure they get that. But DNC bottom, 25 seconds on the split, and it's just too late.
Easy catch.
But all right, this game is looking, I gotta say it, very, very similar to game number 1. Instinct with a decent kill lead, but the money's close. They are showing some signs of over-aggression. You know, YodiBrodi isn't, falling over. They're still making good plays. Are you expecting to see another, turnaround in another, 5-6 minutes? Will all of a sudden YodiBrodi just kind of find one amazing fight and just never look back? Or is this going to be different?
I think this game is just way closer than the previous one for sure. As neither of the teams has broken the 3K net worth lead mark so far.
I mean, it was kind of like that though previously. I'm just saying is I'm worried for Instinct, but I like the fact that this Sven went Blink a lot. I think this is like the missing piece of the puzzle. I just want to see Wraith can get one now too. Unless you think you like the Assault Cuirass. I don't know if
I
I
like the
do.
AC way more because you're looking at so much physical damage coming out from the TA that you need to address in general. You need something to just shake off penitence. So whoever's the target of Door and Scourge McDuck needs to be defended, no matter who it is.
Well, it looks like
So
Instinct is going to give up this top tier 2 tower. Creeps are there as well. Scourge with the 6 charge Desolator and a Grove Bow as well. One of the best tier 2 neutral items you could ask for.
don't have anything
Fortifications
to address
there,
them.
but check out the rat bottom.
As is customary for Nature's Prophets, I'd really want to see Wake Me Up rather go for the Aghanim Scepter, by the way. But he's still just gunning for this, oh, I'm the +1 moving around the map kind of approach with the Orchid. We never build this here in Europe. We always go for, okay, either you get the Vessel or the Solar Crest, and then you just straight up go for the Aghanims.
Smoke into the triangle. Ush is going to get scouted out here. He has the BKB, will pop it early. Achy Bones is there as well, but instant retreat comes out from YodiBrodi, and that BKB, it's the 9-second. That's a huge one to lose, let alone the second life of Wraith King. They're going to take both of them down for good measure, but this is... it just feels so bad. I mean, as Sven, you got to pop it to survive, but now you can't fight for another 60 seconds.
I'm surprised. Both Rolling Thunder and, of course, God Strength was available. And Instinct are just not protecting their objectives right now. This is very surprising to me.
I mean, to be fair, they took that the literal moment it spawned.
But no, just protecting the area and taking the fight here in the triangle. I would have just absolutely turned on them with the Ice Blast coming through as well. They could have done some damage, but maybe they just didn't want to fight into Aegis. Yeah, that could be logical.
1 minute, 30 seconds still remaining for Scourge. As Blink Dagger along for him, he's got, I think, his courier shipping in. Shard for the TA.
And a silence with the traps. It's just a really, really nice bonus as Jed could be in trouble here.
AA Blast as well. This Kunk is going to fall, but the Torrent Storm is out, wreaking havoc as USH popped the God's Strength, still holding on to BKB up in another second. Door on the retreat, all of his creeps gone, and that Stormhammer is going to shut down any TP possibilities. 2 picks, but not the biggest that you could ask for. It does, though.
B-God also gunning for an Orchid of his own. Really, really respectable.
Yeah, that's going to make AA's life even more miserable. In fact, I actually love that AA first item went this Ghost Scepter, knowing that his life is just going to be surviving as long as possible against the assassination attempts. Or the blinks in from Templar Assassin.
AMB wanted to go on for the aggressive. He's indicated by Wake Me Up as well, DNC.
They're chasing. There is no TP up on the Brewmaster for another 8 seconds. Split is available. I don't think he'd like to use this one. Everybody else is trying to make their way to this party too. DNC is scouted out. There's the split on the backside. Jed and Alien Man Banana going at it here. B-God's going to take a Nature's ult right across the face, but TA going to get hit by Sven. Still holding on to the BKB. We'll let it loose now. They're going to find the Clinks. It's a 2-for-1 trade so far. Jed is getting clicked. It just doesn't feel like he's taking any damage. Wake Me Up, NEA on the backside, trying to put some damage into this Kunkka as the Sven's BKB has fallen. And there's the Waterworks. Kunkka so low, but the Urn is not quite going to do enough damage. Now Ush trying to teleport out of there will be able to do so. No stuns available now the Brewmaster has recombined himself. But AA, it's death by 1,000 cuts for him.
What a perfect rotation will Wake Me Up. Still getting that kill on Jed. You know, evening up, smoothing out the curve on the net worth chart. But yeah, that's finally there. There's a football for YodiBrodi Nexus. You're at 23 minutes into the game. But the question is, it's not much, right? Like 60% win probability and just 3K on the net worth lead. It's not that big of a deal here at the after like the 20 minutes.
Yeah, if you want to go down, core for core, I think most of this net worth lead is actually in the supports on B-God and B-God over AA. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, Scourge has like an extra 1,500 on Ush, but it's not very noticeable, especially since there's still a decent amount of money unspent. But, Jed matches up with Alien Mana Banana, DNC, and Achy Bones on the offlane are pretty close as well. I don't think the money means anything. I think right now this game is still just kind of hovering. The first team to really make a mistake, and I think that's what's really leaving these teams to be so. Can I use the word passive? Would you
Yeah.
back me up on that?
I think passive aggressive is the right call here. This door is just trying to pick up these ancient creeps. I really think it's gonna be rat v rat right now. As be good.
Did you see the moment before Ush walked in?
Oh my
he
God!
put down, B-God put down a sentry ward. Just scouting him out, but a great TP from Wake Me Up with the dust at the ready. Perfect map movement read.
Yeah, it's gonna be about those safe lane pressures now. Who's gonna make who do the force back motion?
Oh,
okay,
you want to see a Chen
this
disappear?
Rotation. It's like magic.
Oh, and these are the ancient creeps too. They're not getting away.
Oh, Ush has no mercy in his heart.
They're worth a lot of money. It's 150 gold that he just picks up. 160 actually.
Someone call WWF. So Ush is just being an animal abuser right now.
You're not gonna see the no animals were harmed in the making of this film.
Definitely not. Not in this one.
All right, no Aegis of the Immortal. Instead, YodiBrodi will smoke up Templar Assassin. He's got Witchblade. That's an interesting item I haven't seen in a hot second here. And I think it's now AA's turn. Is he going to have fast fingers? Oh, he was waiting. He was waiting for the Ghost Scepter, but that is a double damage crit Ghost Scepter. Grove Bow Witchblade combo. Man, just add all the prefixes on there. He evaporated.
The fact that like B-God took that kill was just so funny to me. Like his projectile was the slowest thing ever of all time, and then just Scourge blinks right next to the AA. Gets most of the damage done, and then the tiniest little bit of projectile from B-God just takes the kill. I love that.
Whole team from YodiBrodi are up here. Another fast Roche spawn, 30 seconds, as the Pangolier is going to start this one off early. X marks the spot is around 2, and, he's actually taking a lot of damage. Yules to stun the TA for a little bit longer here, stunned up his side. Boat's way on the back as Ush on the Sven has popped BKB and Ghost Scepter, trying to take down the Brewlings, but won't be able to. Wraith King's trying to run now, has the ult, will pop it the first time, but there goes the Torrent Storm from Kunkka. They've lifted up Ush, and now he is just going to be slapped down. Scourge McDuck is just playing out of his mind at the moment, cannot die, cannot be stopped. Wake Me Up and AA, the only last two here, as DNC picks up a couple to match Scourge's aggression. Just the AA is left alive.
No casualties on YodiBrodi. This is like their second Aegis now.
It's the same thing as game 1, Dodie. They have a great fight. They're going to get Roche out of it here. It's going to fall fast with this Desolator too. They have so much minus armor. 11 stacking on this Roshan. I'm sorry, scratch that. They didn't have Solar Crest yet.
I mean, just checking the fight recap, you have like a 5k damage difference between the two teams. And the fact that AMB got taken out so fast from the fight, thank to B-God. It was just, with all that minus armor, there isn't much you can do.
It just feels like the kite is so real. I mean, Pangolier started that Rolling Thunder from so long away, still eventually managed to get on top of the TA, but so what? The whole rest of the team is dealing with Brewlings, a Torrent Storm, and invisible Clinks running around with, 17 armor and 1600 HP. Like, who's doing damage? AA? Lull? Like, they're not right-clicking.
I think Achy Bones should call for a chill pill on the team. Like, they should have just given up Roshan and kept on farming. If they get this AC, the game should even out itself, Like, with the negative armor on the enemy side, you should be able to dish out way more damage than this. But right now, they're just suffering in fights because they don't have anything against all of this negative armor.
Well, they're going to have to survive for the next 4 minutes. TA's got the Aegis rolling. She's on Kunkka on top of a fresh 9-second BKB and his Blade Mail Peruge. I just don't see where this damage is coming from. I mean, paint me a picture here. What is the magical series of events for Instinct to win a team fight? Do all of them have to be holding hands as an Ice Blast hits them over the top?
More than likely, yeah, like a group up would be nice, so that Ush can come in with the God Strength and just slap them down with the Storm Hammer. That would be picture perfect ideal.
Okay, now paint me a realistic picture. What will actually happen?
You can just keep on getting some pickoffs here as if you're in Team Instinct, but definitely wait for that AC. I wouldn't mind if they would wait for Ush's Satanic as well, but now they don't have the time for it. They did have the time for it while the other team was doing Roshan, but they were all dead, so they just shouldn't have taken that engagement up top.
29 minutes in, high ground is being pressured. This tier 3 tower already under 50% HP, and they are just not going to let it go. The barrage coming through, and they're going to let rip the Rolling Thunder already. It's actually only going to stun up one. They're going to try to bring down this Kunkka. Will be able to do so. God Strength all unleashed as well, and they're pounding into this TA. Remember, still has Aegis, turning on now with the Revenant's Brooch, and Sven dusted up, trying to get out of here. He needs help. Achy Bones is running in, trying to put his body on the line. Tons of creeps there as well. They're all slowed up with the blink out as well. Chen, now the one kind of too close for comfort, but Wraith King is just slaughtered. The Lord of Death is maybe a little bit too apt this game. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but the racks are exposed. Demolish on this Earth Panda doing 270 extra building damage. It always makes me wonder why this Panda can hit so hard, but you cannot underestimate.
Yeah, that Earth Panda is just way too strong. Really, really hope we nerf it with the times coming.
Well, that fight was a little bit closer. Only 900 damage differential here. Sven doing the lion's share for his team. TA vice versa. But once again, I mean, the Sven's BKB, it's getting lower and lower, down to 6 seconds now, and it just feels like he needs some miracle Silver Edge God Strength play to open up on somebody and just get a juicy crit.
Control's just not available right now, I think, for Instinct. Like, even if they, now that they have the AC, they're not going to be going on the aggressive anymore. They're just realizing that they'll need to give up this high ground. I don't think they can defend it at all.
No, it's just the melee barracks here. I think Instinct from game one might have tried to hold it here, but TA is much too strong. 40 seconds on this Aegis, and I really hope they let it fade. They do have no fortification available for this tower, however. 30 seconds as well on Wraith King's ult. Pangolier pump faking here, will unleash it, and there's the go. They want this Brewmaster, they want him before the ultimate can come out, and they'll get it. Buybacks available, not used. The AA is being controlled over Torn Storm as well. Sven on the other side, BKB is long since gone. Pangolier now silenced, slowed up, and with 30,000 projectiles coming in, will eventually fall. Another 1-for-1 trade. But it's not over yet. Nature's Prophet is going to put Templar Assassin in a cage he can't see out of, except scratch that, he can. Dust giving vision, and now Wraith King is going to fall. BKB from Kunkka still healthy here, and Achy Bones is trying to run, but he's just not going to be able to. Sven, God's Strength is faded, and he's playing on the high ground. They might try for this Kunkka. Will be able to kill him. That's another good kill, but now Sven's got to get out of here. No Lucky Shot procs either means that he's going to be gone. 88 seconds without buyback, and Scourge McDuck, with 30 charges on this Desolator, is cleaving through these buildings.
Oh, he's about to have Swift Link as well. It's on the Courier now. What a player.
This is do or die right now. They'll have buyback on this Nature's Prophet if they need to, but YodiBrodi is sitting on a couple of their own as well. The last set of barracks are being hunted at the moment. The last tier 3 tower gone in just a sec. But they're going to try it. AA Blast comes in. It's on top of the TA. Stunned up as well from Pangolier. Has the Eul's. And actually, they kill her. They bring her down. And they get the interrupt on VGod on the flip side. Clinks could fall too. But look at the Pandas. They're focusing the buildings. This ranged Rax has 800 HP, and that's it. There is no regen. 760 HP ranged Rax is all that stands between YodiBrodi and Mega Creeps.
Pulling off the defense. Not a bad play here from Instinct.
A 5,700 net worth swing. It feels like just a drop in the bucket, though. The win probability barely moved. It just doesn't... one of the best fights without the Sven possible, and it feels like it's just still not good enough.
You should have been doing them like 10 minutes ago. It always feels like in this stage of the game when you only have like 1 Rax left, like it's too little too late. But you still got to try, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money on this tournament, and you do have a couple of heroes that are exceptional at holding Mega Creeps and dealing with them. Sven is maybe second to none at cleaving through creeps. Nature's Prophet's pretty solid at it. Wraith King has the Radiance too, as well as the Cloak of Flames. I mean, there are answers, but how are they stopping? And I'm serious. How are they stopping Brewmaster from ulting with the Panda and just walking at this and hitting it a couple times? And then
yeah, it's the Rax that doesn't heal either, right?
Yeah. So I mean, are you gonna pop God Strength for a Storm or for an Earth Panda?
Doesn't really feel like the great move, does it?
I like this play though. They're gonna try to find a go here early. They want this Brewmaster gone. Panda God's out here, but the AA Blast will put a seal to his fate. Door's trying to run too. Remember, they have to do this fast as the creeps are coming slowly but surely. Wraith getting targeted in by the TA. Slowed up for a second here, but the blink away just in the nick of time. Door, 1,300 gold and the gems on the deck. Aki Bones will pick that one up, but they have the control for the TA. No BKB either, but the 4-staff Hurricane Pikes away. They do get Wake Me Up inside, as Kunkka now on the backside trying to kill this Wraith King. That's just the first death. Sven, God's Strength now just fading as the Kunkka is trying to live. They need this fight to work so bad, and B-God will get 1 kill, but they lose the Kunkka on the backside. It's a 3v2 still, make that a 1v3, as actually YodiBrodi lose 4. And they have Sven back to defend everything as well.
Breaking off the back door, B-God is trying to make his play. Hail Mary right here. If he can get that Rax, it's all worth it.
He's going to try. Sven's around, though. Stunned up, but it doesn't matter. It's just too fast. All the little skeletons are there. And Clinks, beforehand, dropped the gem. He's going to die under the tier 4s, just putting in a little extra damage where it counts. Great play. And I'm expecting to see a courier going on a secret mission to get that gem.
I don't even see the gem, to be honest.
He dropped it just north of the last ranged Rax.
Oh, lol. It's right there.
He dropped it. It was a very, he knew what he was doing was a suicide run.
I don't know if you see this Pop-Tart. This is so freaking funny.
It's a good play. And yeah, you can see Chen's courier is going for it. It's a slow march. But Roche is around. The only problem now is that...
Wake me up. Oh, the courier.
I mean, he's taking an incredibly conservative approach to this. I don't think Wake Me Up's going to find it. Dicey here. There is a TA trap in the pool, so both teams know that Roche is around. DNC on the Brewmasters nearby, maybe looking to make another heroic play. But God's Strength is popped. BKB, Swift Blink, Satanic, Silver Edge, it's all available for the Sven, who's neck and neck right where for the top net worth in this game. But the split's going to be used instantly. And, oh my god! Oh my god! The damage from Brewmaster, or onto him rather. It's just
not a Sand King. It's not a Sand King, but the boat!
Oh, it's huge, but look at the base. Look at the base. The creeps, they're beating onto the tier 4 tower. They have to win this fight or they need to get out. They cannot do both, and Sven has no TP. He's got to run back. AA is going to make the long journey here. They're giving up Roshan as the wheels are kind of just falling off here. Wake Me Up will not be able to get out of this one here. Torrent Storm will cancel. And now everybody else just needs to extricate themselves from the situation, including Alien Mana Banana, who is in still pretty deep. B-God's going to find him out here, orc it up. Ewells is going to buy himself a little bit of time here, as he should be fine.
Run, AMB, run. Oh, the tier 4, it's not looking healthy.
Oh, that was such a tough fight. It was, I think, a great go instantly. They got through all of the Brewmaster, split very, very fast. But the problem is they couldn't get Roche and get back. They didn't have the lanes in the appropriate position. This time management is so difficult to play around. And once again, there are 2 lives from TA with, God, how many refraction instances do you get? 13? It's too much. It is just too much to go through.
I think this is Jover. Quoting PPD here.
It certainly looks nigh unwinnable.
I think the door's closing as the Megas.
Scourge is going to take out the last tier 4 racks. Ancient's exposed, and he's just focusing it. Fortification is available, hasn't used it yet. Sven is being controlled up. He didn't have BKB.
No
15
buyback.
seconds and no buyback. The GGs are called. And this game, 39 minutes is what it takes for YodiBrodi to win it. As a much more famous person has said, kills mean nothing, as they will finish 33-36, but they'll have a 2-0 on the series. Whew, what
honestly,
a series from YodiBrodi. I mean, both those games, it felt like... All right, please tell me where I go wrong here, but Instinct, they played good. YodiBrodi feel like they could just see the future. Like, they had a game plan that extended past just 5 minutes.
I don't think it's about knowing the future. It's just a solid draft and executions. Like, honestly, that's what Dota is in general. I think Instinct had the right idea, but they only found their fighting approach to Scourge McDuck and Gunga Ginga or Jed towards like the end of the game, like maybe at like 32, 33 minutes into the game, they were starting to find their sea legs, so to say. But I think YodiBrodi were always in the zone. Like for the past basically 15 minutes, all we've seen is just a YodiBrodi show. And I really love the signs of life. Okay, we start going at DNC, and then we just start dominating the map all over the place. That would have been a good approach for sure. But honestly, they never really found how should I say,
Their footing.
Their footing, yeah. They were just missing back and forth.
Yeah, it felt like this Wraith King just died, and his death led to nothing. Everybody being slowed. I mean, the TA could just still blink out of everything. This Pangolier never was able to really control up enough. I mean, they had the one great fight to hold that, to hold Megas initially, but
yeah.
I mean,
but
I'm just
always
looking
felt
at
like Ice Blasts were way too early or way too late. They were never just like on the crisp of time,
Even if AA hits a good one, I mean, who are you actually like punishing? I mean, Hand of God gets countered, sure. I mean, it hurts, but Brewmaster never cared about it. TA rarely cared about it. I mean, if TA was gonna die, the AA blast was just sugar. It wasn't actually like the meat of the dish.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the main.
Look
main
at
part
this
of the
damage
dish,
though.
for sure.
15.8k from the AA is pretty solid. It's more than the Wraith King that has a Radiance Assault Cuirass.
Agreed.
Pangolier's barely putting up more numbers as well. I mean, it's a decent damage spread out, but I mean, compare that to the 40k from Scourge on the TA or the 33 from Jed's Kunkka. I mean,
20
it is
from B-God.
It's too much.
B-God. I think yeah, B-God had a pretty good idea. Like, okay, I get the clinks, I keep on killing the apparition. It was just a decent approach to the whole game.
I just look how greedy he could build 2 Nullifier at the end of the game with the Orchid. I just yuck.
For me personally, though, the MVP is especially Door. because he has like a 6k healing factor on the whole team, and those Hand of Gods, they did come in like a right time. I think Door pretty much read out what the fight is gonna be like, and yeah, his timings on the Chen were really great. But
Speaking
speaking of
of, we have
Door, yeah.
Door here, Chen player from YodiBrodi Nexus, overall support. Mr. Door, how are you feeling?
I'm alright. That wasn't a clean series. Not
I mean,
feeling the best. So,
on the scoreboard, it says 2-0. That's as clean as it can be.
no, these were not clean games.
Phoenix
All right,
and
well,
Chen, not the most. How should I say? A bit of very much not in tune with the same kind of category of players. Like one is team fight, the other is more like healing. Also team fight, I could say. But yeah, how was like the transition between the two?
I mean, they picked different heroes. I picked different heroes. It's sort of just how it works.
fair enough. Well, let's start with all things in game number 1. Your team starts off kind of dicey. You know, the lanes aren't going fantastic. You guys are losing. This Pudge Venge are roaming around. Is there ever a moment where you guys are even slightly worried, or was everything, going to game plan?
I mean, I don't think we were like 100% like thinking we were gonna win, but we like just played like we were gonna win anyways. And I mean, like there were points where it was like kind of like going a little bit off the rails, but yeah, our Sand King like killed them at Roche Pit. That was like really crazy. He like saved
Yeah,
the game.
what was the comms like during that moment?
I literally just told him he's the GOAT. Like, that was it. We like all tipped him.
A little anticlimactic, but I suppose it ends up working out here. Dodie and I were talking about how it felt like your Phoenix placement eggs, your egg placement rather, was so good. Were you ever actually worried about dying inside of the egg?
I mean, every time I egg, I don't really think about it, and then I just die afterwards. I'm like, oh shit, I like fucked up. Like that one time in the Roche, I like fucked up my egg, and I was like, oh, I like fucked up.
Yeah, it wasn't super clean. But on the other hand, I think that you were always a good distraction for Wake Me Up and Ush on his Spectre, I guess, on that game. But here with the Chen, I think really clutch plays with the Hand of God. And yeah, you guys just seem to be having like a very good synchronicity and just a good time. Who's the new players on the team, by the way, for this week?
We don't do that anymore. We kept all the same players.
Oh, wait, you guys kept all the same players, so no switches at all for this season.
Well, for this like week, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, for sure. Like you guys just dominated last week. Are you guys just aiming for the moon? Just keep on gunning, keep on killing everyone?
I mean, we're trying to win, you know. That's like all I can say. We're just trying to win the game.
But yeah, so I guess we're just gonna keep on seeing Scourge McDuck domination with Door, giving him penitence all the time.
Yeah.
Serving him heroes and enemies.
He like asks for the kills too. Like SMD will like always ask for the kill now.
He seemed like he got his a lion's share of all the kills here, but Dota's going to be changing. I think this tournament's going to be the last big one here before the patch drops on Monday, which means you guys are going to have to go back to the drawing board. Is there any rumor mills kind of buzzing about, any hopes that you might have for some a shakeup of the meta, some nerfs, some buffs?
I mean, obviously, I hope they nerf all the broken heroes because like they're really boring. Like the Spirit Breaker, everyone like picks their bands. I want like a different band, or like I don't know. I hope they like buff Sand King because my guy's a Sand King player.
Right.
Only plays Sand King.
How about from a support perspective here? Because I think all three of us are, primarily support players. Is there a support that you've been wanting to play, but it's just so bad that you feel like you can't pick it up?
Marcy. Like
Marcy, okay.
I think I like won with it once, but like it's like almost pickable. I don't know. There's some other heroes.
So we're thinking of like Marcy
Silencer.
5 with the sidekick and stuff.
Yeah, I like the supports that like right click, like Silencer, Marcy.
Got it. A diet core, I suppose. When you are playing Instinct, is there anything that you would like to say to them now? Something that they impressed you with, that you hope they can, work on and expand upon?
I mean, I think they had like a lot of good moments where they were like almost gonna win. Like, they like really made us play bad. So like I would say like don't feel like bad about like losing. You guys they like they were like not bad or whatever. I'm sure they can like I don't know. It's just like the end of the week. They don't get to play anymore. It's really sad, but yeah, GG guys. GG. I have like Ush and Wake Me Up are like my former teammates, so no beef with them. And beef, but I don't know.
Yeah, what's the can you give us the inside scoop? What was the there was some all chat going on, I think game 2. What was happening there?
I don't know. Like, my guy's British, so I don't know how he has beef with Ush. Like I don't know how they like even know each other. I'm sure Ush is just like memeing. Like, he like does that to like anyone.
I gotcha.
True. Yeah, Usher's like that, isn't he? But yeah, I guess good luck in the future. Next game for you guys is tomorrow, as far as I'm aware.
It is. My guys were complaining about that. They wanted like their son Saturday or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, I think you'll be playing the winner of either Fry Boys or Honored Vanguard.
Yeah, it could be
That's
possible
on
that
Sunday.
yeah, it could be possible that you guys play that on Sunday then. That my bad.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that is.
we're playing the lower part of the bracket tomorrow. All going on. But for sure, we'll see you guys then on Sunday, and then you guys get to just relax for a whole day as well. Any scrims or any practices, or just chilling until Sunday?
I mean, I'll play pubs or whatever. I don't think we scrim.
No scrims at all.
We play like overthrow. Me and B got.
That's the real way. We need an overthrow tournament here in the NADCL. All right, Dor,
I don't know about that
any
one.
final thoughts? Any shout outs?
Yeah, I have a shout out this time. JMac Dota. Twitch.tv/JMac Dota. Shout out to JMac Dota.
All right, well,
Only JMac.
maybe after the end of this series and the next one coming up in just a couple minutes here, we can all go over and check him out. Thank you so much, Dor, for hopping on for this interview. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Peace.
Man, what a
Cheers,
guy.
Dor, for that.
Honestly, what a great player. He was so fun to watch. 2-6 and 21 on that Chen, 440 GPM. That's kind of insane.
That's basically what support players should be like, right? We're just laid back, chill people, you know.
Oh
We just-
god, I thought you were saying that support should be getting 440 GPM, and I'm like,
No,
oh my
no,
god,
no.
man, I'm struggle busting
No,
hard.
any support above 400 GPM should just be happy. 440 is pushing the limit just a bit. I personally am like at like a 390 average, so I'm happy with that. You know, like even just getting a Philly Stone on the map or just something, just sometimes finding some farm, anything
Yeah,
I can get my hands on.
it all helps. But the first series of this tournament, number 2, is in the books. 2-0 for the YodiBrodi Nexus, as Instinct will fall by the wayside. We're going to be taking a quick break, but later on tonight, or when we come back, we're going to have our next series up, Fry Boys and Honored Vanguard, starting later on. You'll have a new set of casters here, but as always, from everybody at the NADCL, we appreciate you tuning in and watching. Have a good evening, everybody, and a great weekend.
Cheers, guys.
Call this, you know, the ballpark Franks. Any feet enjoyers out there? Get a little bit of this Kerrygold, some butter. Just kind of get that. Yeah. Turn this shit on. You know, getting up. Oh, what's going on with my pan? What is that? You take some of that, a little butter, you know, a little secret. We're out of all extra virgins, just like all you gamers out there. I'm out of that stuff, so what is this? Cooking olive oil, not as good. We're gonna work with what we have. Add a little dash of oil, and your butter won't burn as much. I learned this somewhere. I don't know. That's a little tip, a little secret here. I'm giving you the strats. Get this shit out of here. Get out of here. So I'm going to be cooking these. I'll call them a 20-cent hot dog. You need your mucus and cold relief. I'm immune to colds now. That's how that works. All right, we will get a little fancy. Sara Lee's Artisano Brioche.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our second series between the Fry Boys and the Honored Vanguard. I'm joined by the lovely, the only, he's actually on this side, Malibu Jesus himself. Dang. I'm on the other side. You're on the left, I'm on the right for some reason. Weird. Yeah, but yeah.
I miss our desk from last season.
Actually, yeah, I do miss our desk, actually.
Right, that was a nice, comfy desk. I think it was so spacious.
I don't know. This production is just budgetary compared to the last one, honestly. Like, there's just chair behind me. Like, staff is just not bringing me enough coffee, honestly, and everything as well.
Right.
But
I even had to get rid of my full-size Aegis. I just have this little dinky thing right now. Like,
tiny one? Damn.
Yeah, man. Like,
I don't even have this year's yet. Or did they just sell them at TI this year?
No, that was last year's.
Damn. I didn't even get last year's as well. I think the last one I have is from like TI-10. It's there somewhere in the clutter.
Well, that's when I was too much of a broke boy. I have no Aegises other than last year's and this year's little no hats though. But
I don't even know how much the collection would be right now. Like getting all of them from, I think TI-5 was the first one, the bronze colorations.
Ooh.
And that one goes for like $200 to $300 right now on eBay or something.
Damn.
Yeah. Speaking of TI, I think anyone who's tuned into this stream is actually the biggest winner of all, obviously. As Fry Boys are choosing Radiant and Honored Vanguard went for first pick. What is your take on these actually? Like, which is better, first pick or second pick? I got my hot take, but I want to hear yours.
I think a lot of it depends on your hero pool. If you can lock in second pick, you can really get a good counter going. You know, if you can get your targeted bans out and then just counter pick whatever strong heroes get through. You know, or if you're just trying to lock down one player, you can really, really zone in on that.
I think second pick all the way for me personally. I mean, 4 bans just feels so strong. And yeah, the other team only gets 3 of them, so screw them for one thing. And then on the other hand, like you get to just instantly counter pick the hero they come up with. Of course, yeah, second phase feels a little bit off. I would personally love to extend the ban phase to just basically like 8 bans in general. But speaking of the draft, I guess we have it up and running. The boys are already into this first phase pretty deep. Lone Druid, along with the Treant Protector and the Weaver. What is going on? Where are my Bristlebacks and my Spirit Breaker bands?
Oh, they'll be coming soon. You can guarantee that.
Okay, I trust you. I believe you.
Yeah, there was not a single game last week that YodiBrodi Nexus picked Spirit Breaker against Fry Boys in their third game. But both Bristle and Spirit Breaker got banned by Fry Boys in the first and second rounds of play last week. And Honor Vanguard banned it out as well in their second game. They were not one to deal with it for certain.
Kind of surprised by that Pugna as well, but I guess it's a Fry Boys thing. Introduce me to these two teams. Like, you did mention Honored Vanguard was eliminated. Maybe that was off stream. That you did mention that Honored Vanguard was eliminated in the first round of last week's tournament.
Yeah, so Honored Vanguard got eliminated round 1 of play last week in the quarters against Spork-Faced Killers, who eventually made it into the finals but fell short against the YodiBrodi stack. But they've tried to change things up here a little bit in week 2. They gave away Ush and moved Old Rat to position 1, and they picked up Zor on position 3. And keeping the other 3 players in the other positions, or in their same positions. But Fry Boys also have a bit of a change, 2 changes to be exact. they dropped their pause 3, moved DJ Dingus to 3, and they picked up Chikarinaham for pause 5.
Mm-hmm.
Rank 3K Immortal, likes to play Treant Protector, likes to play Io, Vengeful Spirit. So those heroes are pretty in the meta. If not banned out, we could expect to see them.
Speaking of picks, though, Chaos Knight and Bristleback for the opening. Dang. Still going for the
time.
Bristle. Yeah, still going for the Bristle despite the CK. I absolutely respect the Fry Boys' conviction here.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Bristleback, even though like we tend to think of him as this tanky hero that you don't want to be next to, he doesn't really get a lot of armor until his usually like 4th item, 3rd item, 4th item maybe. And CK, a hero that just tears through anybody with low armor, especially with that Reality Rift minus armor.
Yeah, and I think like add insult to injury, you can just put up like Avenge or the Ancient Apparition, and you just basically tear through the Bristleback pretty easily, right? That was kind of
Certainly.
something we were thinking with Zen in the previous drafts as well. But honestly, I think your timing on the Agnum Scepter, especially if you have like a Coddle or something in your lane, it could be an optimal thing. So I'm more than curious to see how that dire safe lane and off lane goes as Fry Boys go for the Venge themselves. Oh my
Yep.
god, the picks on the bands are just flying out. Ancient Apparition for the Honored Vanguard and the Control with the Kunks. Okay.
Teams
Here
know
come the
exactly
Water
what they
Wolves.
want. Let's see. Zor
Wow.
plays Kunkka on the 3 position. Not a super great win rate. I think it's sitting around 46% for him, but majority of those games may have been played pre-patch before Kunkka was super effective in the 3 role.
What about who's the mid laner? It's Shaggy, right?
Yeah, High Shaggy, of course, will be playing mid lane. He's got his signature heroes like Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, not super meta right now. Can't forget about his Necrophos. He has close to a 70% win rate, I think, on that in competitive play. Just absurd, and especially considering the hero's in such a strong space right now.
See why Fry Boys ban it as well then.
Yeah.
Well, just
Yeah, they're not
another
gonna let
extra
that one
reason,
through.
not just to defend the Bristleback. Just don't give Shaggy a good time. But can Shaggy play the Kunkka? Is that a possibility we're looking at?
I was looking through his data, and Kunkka is not one of Shaggy's strong heroes. Doesn't have a ton of games compared to his other. I know on his public profile that's not competitive, he has like 1,300 Ember Spirit games, and nowhere near that on Kunkka. It's like closer to like 40, and his win percentage isn't. It's nothing to write home about either. But mine is
Really up my numbers in the Dota game has a nice teamfight synchronicity coming out with the Phoenix Faceless Void here on the Fry Boys side. I would put my eggs in the basket where the Phoenix and the Faceless Void are on the same lane, along with the Venge and the Bristleback. A bit up and open here from the Fry Boys though, as our commissioner Peter Pandem himself, he usually kind of teaches us to say that you should focus on your side lanes for the last pick, as I don't see a mid laner right now on the Fry Boys side. And the Honored Vanguard, I think they have the opportunity to just shut this down.
So, Karan, let's see, plays Shadow Fiend. He plays Dazzle. That hero's still in the pool. Kind of works out. It's not great against the Ancient Apparition, but really strong right now. Helps out the Void too, and I feel like if Honor Vanguard pick it up, you really don't want to go deal with a Grave when you have Faceless Void. Any save just makes it really frustrating to drop that Chronosphere.
The Honored Vanguard will just deny the Wombo combo from the Fry Boys instead for now. Dazzle,
We saw
still worried
Dazzle
about it.
mid.
Yeah,
If Fry Boys did pick Dazzle
I
mid,
absolutely agree
twice.
with the Dazzle on the mid lane, but it's just this apparition is just really worrying me personally.
Yeah. Fry Boys also played the Primal Beast, which is not yet. Oh, sorry, it's been banned out in the middle rounds with Honor Vanguard. Yeah.
Just can't catch a break. What do you think of Void Spirit actually?
I was actually going to suggest that gives you a little bit of protection against anybody who would kill the egg. You know, you just throw out the remnant. Allows you to
Exactly.
assassinate that ancient apparition on the back line.
Mm-hmm.
Deals decently well with the Storm Spirit or Kunkka, whoever they throw at you mid.
Yeah, you have the Simulate to jump out.
Yeah.
Astral Step looks like a good initiation back and forth. I would definitely not go for that Ember Spirit Dance. That's usually what it boils down to in South America, but this is NA DCL, you know, so I don't think they're going to make that mistake. And yeah, Quinn Callahan, one of NA's brightest and smartest, has gone for this Void. And with the Snapfire as the counter chrono measure,
Yeah.
let's see if it can work out for them.
Thana loves this hero. It's a pause 4 special of his. I think he's got around 20 competitive games and a 60% win rate on the Snapfire. You know, it gives you a little bit of actually a pretty wide toolkit to deal with the Fryboys team. It gives you an egg counter with a little shredder, and the kisses do not feel good on the face of the Faceless Void as he's chronoed. What pick here rounds out the Fryboys draft?
I still like the Void, honestly.
Yeah.
Dumb, crazy stuff would be the Ricky and the Pango.
Ooh.
But yeah, Pango kind of makes sense with the Diffusal Blade. You kind of want to rock around backwards, I guess. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, Honor Vanguard, these are heroes that really need their mana to fight, you know. Especially with Kunkka, the play style that he has nowadays. But
Go
we
back
see
to the
Fryboys
original
fall back to their
idea.
Dazzle.
Yeah, they go back to
Beauty.
your original idea. So what do I call the Dazzle? Apostrophe?
No, Karan
Karan.
is
Okay.
Karan, yeah. Yeah.
Everyone else is basically on their correct names, right?
Yes, they are. We do have a stand-in for Sammy Boy on Fryboys. Dragon Sin is standing in on position 1, Faceless Void. Our boy
Yeah.
Sammy is he's playing in the qualifiers for the ESL Kuala Lumpur, so cheering him along, you know. But we'll see if Dragon Sin can fill the void on the Void.
Yeah, this Bammy Soy should be up soon to play after the
do
Team
like
Some
the-
Nouns lineup. But
Yeah, I do like the minus armor synergies that we find in the Fryboys draft, but I really like the spatial control that Honor Vanguard offer.
I think Honored Vanguard addressed perfectly the approach of Fryboys. Like, I
They have a
think
lot
they're
of tools.
yeah, they have a lot of tools to fight into the enemy. Although I'm kind of worried, just a tiny little bit, of how do you escape when the Honored Vanguard just start running at you, you know? Or the
Well, I
other way
mean-
around. When the Fryboys start running at you, what do you do if you're Honored Vanguard? Oh, the question mark instantly from
Oh.
from Karan. Oh no.
No chill.
Oh no, the toxicity. I love it.
Oh yeah, we're all about it here. A little bit of banter early off sets the tone.
A little. Instantly shove it in his face.
Broke your own rule.
An apostrophe
tip,
and a
do not
question
all.
mark. That's a draft penalty right there. Nah, I don't know. I'll leave it up to admin's decision. It's not my purview to name that.
Well,
As
we
Zor
see-
just walks in to the field of death. Dragons and his LGTK, they just instantly initiate on him with the poison touch as well. This damage should be more than enough to take out the Kunkka first. As onto Old Rat they go. Ride, Mr. Chaos Knight. Ride as they even start with the viscous nasal goo. Spit on him hard as he'll just try and back off as much as possible. But Alren will disengage
DJ
as well.
Dingus doing his best impression of myself last week after I had the fucking TI sickness coming back from Seattle, man.
All this nasal goo, damn.
Yeah.
It was
But-
viscous and vicious and disgusting.
Fryboys getting that first blood and posturing. Looks like they might only get one bounty rune here.
Nah, they're gonna go for the 2. As you can see, LGTK is already on the rise. But good question if he can... Yeah, he'll get it before Shaggy. Perfect. Right there.
Dragon's in a little bit of danger here. The Chaos Bolt off cooldown, but they're not going to pursue it onto the low ground.
Yeah, interesting disengage. They will go for the attempt, but eventually give up on the chase.
Yeah, you know that first blood going to your Dazzle gonna really help out, accelerate that mid lane timing against High Shaggy here on the Storm Spirit. Those early bracers, get that bottle. And Storm does not want to play into that poison touch. Oh God, already getting him lower than half. Has a lot of regen available with the Iron Branches and the Fairy of Fire. Won't be a total wash.
Yeah, I've seen fair share of mid dazzles here in the qualifiers and here at NADCL as well. Like they've been hitting hard. But
That's
we'll
for
see if
certain.
Carafel will just keep up the aggression onto Shaggy. And yeah, just slow down that level 6 on the Storm is the name of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, you really, really got to play aggressive levels 1 through 5, and then hopefully you get your Venge, come mid, get a kill before Storm gets the ability to zip away.
Zippy zappy. But yeah, let's go back to our other lanes. I don't know if Alren LGTK's little shindig up top here is doing anything. Oh, actually, we're going bottom first. This Thena and Zor just trying to reposition the lane as much as possible. But right now, yeah, up top, we are just about to see LGTK and Alren just right-click the crap out of each other as DJ Dingus coming back from behind, saving the chicken. And LGTK lives to see another day.
You know, we see the power of that early level in the Nasal Goo Quill Spray combination. Lets you get that much aggressive, or that much more aggressive early on, and you don't need defensive abilities when you're killing, you know. The best defense is a good offense against that Ancient Apparition. You protect your Phoenix, but
Old
can you
Rat
protect him against Old Rat?
going for the aggression. No Reality Rift used for that kill, so doesn't secure it as much as you'd want it. And honestly, like, yeah, Chaos Bolt, the biggest problem I have with this spell, it's just such, you know, like a lottery in general. You don't know how long that stun's going to be. And even with that half a second difference, it's not that high of a reliance.
Yeah, it can really really let Phoenix get that dive off and just get to safety. So you're hoping for a quick cold feet cast. Maybe you get the cold feet off preemptively before the Chaos Bolt lands, or you can pull Phoenix out of the dive. But yeah, definitely rolling the dice there.
I feel so bad for Shaggy. This lane is going very, very hard for him right now. He's down on HP once more.
We say that, but the economy of the lane is it's not going too heavily in favor. Shaggy actually pulling ahead of the Dazzle in the last hits, 16-3 to 15-3.
But
so
all in
even
all,
though he's
doesn't it
getting
mean,
smacked,
but doesn't that just mean that Shaggy needs to bring in way more economy in terms of sustaining items like consumables?
Yes, but we got to think Shaggy's ultimate goal is to get the level 6. That way he can dodge and survive. And you're just kind of buying some early game insurance to get to that mid game earlier, you know.
And meanwhile, down bottom, we just saw a bit of aggression against the Faceless Void and the Venge, but they'll just skip it.
Yeah, Zor on the Tanky Kunkka. Doesn't have to really worry about getting bursted down. It's not like you're not playing against a lifesteal or anything, but a little bit of aggression coming out from Dragon Sin.
Ooh, here comes the Magic Missile as well. Half HP down onto Zor. Kunks is suffering a bit, but he just moves back instantly as his Storm comes down off cooldown. Thena with the Rapier Roundy. I don't know if he can go for this kill on the Dazzle just yet, Shaggy. Really, really wants it as in comes that grenade. A beautiful Vortex play as well. Of course, no Shallow Grave just yet at these early levels of the game. But is the Poison Touch going to be enough to kill? Oh my god.
Nah, he's got a Fairy Fire.
With 13 HP. My boy is just insane. As up top, a get kill onto LGTK from Old Rat and Alren.
Yeah, Mr. Shaggy there surviving, playing it really well. Doesn't even need to use the Fairy Fire. He's able to claim the Bounty Rune, get a stack going for himself, and get himself that much closer to level 6 early on with a great rotation from the Snapfire.
See,
Saves the early game.
Yeah, he listened to his fair share of BGs right there. Right now, as down bottom, Thana going for the initiation on Chicken. But yeah, these aggressions, you know, these harasses, they always confuse me. Like, is there gonna be a kill? Is it? And then it's like, not. Like, these guys are just confusing the hell out of me. Yes, Shaggy, come on. You can't die here. Dude. Again, he's just baiting me to watch him in the in-game footage. He's
Yeah,
up
you know, these
top.
mid lane.
Initiation onto Oren. They
Ooh.
do manage to take out the apparition first, but will LGTK die? Oldrat can't really find the angle of approach, and he gets confused with the pathfinding. We'll need to disengage. As down bottom, we have a dead Chickum. Instead, it's just everything with wings is just suffering right now in this game, as Thana should be next. Dragonson does have the time walk, but will not initiate on the grandma.
No wings, no suffering. Able to waddle away.
Yeah, just ride a salamander.
That, you know, you really don't want to lose your support on this Void. A hero that does not do super well in the lane solo. He really wanted to accelerate that early game, but it's not going to be in his favor. Thana and Zor both have great levels. Gonna get the X into the torrent here. Not super consequential as Zor gets stunned, and then time dilation is going to scare him off from the wave.
Which doesn't seem to be caring, as there's actually a haste rune on the Dazzle, but Carfell doesn't really want to look. He doesn't look like he wants to come down and initiate here. A steal attempt from LGTK. 8 more seconds until the Wisdom Rune spawns.
Oh,
Nice
and
attempt
Shaggy's
with
in the area.
fire
He's got the
spirit.
zip.
Oh, he's coming. Oh, he's coming, and he wants the rune for himself. What a nice steal.
Shaggy God, but he's not really in too much danger. He's gonna be able to zip away, probably get a TP. Then no stuns.
Poison touch, haste rune, another zippy zappy. He should be a fine, I guess. Say that as Carfell is just approaching really hard. Nice little play with the vortex, pulling him in just a bit, but Shaggy, the damage, it's coming through. Eventually, the savior, Old Rat, comes in. And just start bursting people down. Nice Phantasm play from Old Rat. Gets that counter kill. Punishing the chase. And the 2 Wisdom Runes in land at the Honored Vanguard's feet. As down bottom, Dragonson is in trouble now. Torrented up and just little shredded to pieces as Zor does not have Tidebringer for a while. Nice rotation from Carfell. Finally getting a support kill of their own. Evening up the board in terms of kills, but Zor still getting chased. No more boat. No more torrent. Zor is still a tanky boy, though, with that one bracer.
Yeah, quite tanky, and he's going to purchase that Urn of Shadows. Going to help out against the Bristle lifesteal and the heals coming out from Phoenix and Dazzle. Just going to get even tankier. Hopefully that'll give him some mid-game insurance as they continue to brawl. Kill score 4-4. Really no discernible net worth lead.
Yeah, tell me what's the build here for the Dazzle. Like right now, you're feeling that you're a little bit behind on gold. Do you go for these Midases on the Phoenix and the Dazzle, or are you just trying to survive as Shaggy rolls in here with the Shield Rune? I will be expecting an answer after this fight, though, as the Shield Rune will burst it off. Shaggy needs to back off just a bit. Magic Missile with the Wave of Terror. He just got to turn on the Zippy Zapper. As with the Ball Lightning, he's out, and as we might just get our moment of peace. What is next?
You know,
no moment of peace, sorry. Dragonson and Zor just facing off down on the bottom. Time Walk eventually forced out from the Faceless Void. And back they go.
Hand of Midas, a great pickup on Dazzle, but not always necessary. Can lower the cooldown with the bad Juju, but the Aghanim Scepter just accelerates your farm so much in itself that I think that's the correct go-to. You know the CK wants to run at you early. They have the tools to get on top of you with the zip. The Ancient Apparition Ice Blast, super strong. And we just saw how powerful the zip is there. Shaggy going for the TP out.
He's
they have a lot of burst damage.
He's got to easily make it out of there. What a beautiful read on the enemy's vision as Dragonson. He's just getting bullied down here on the bottom. No damage follow-up. No one's coming in to help here. He just needs to keep on surviving with the Time Walk. There's a little bit of farm that he can get here. Because actually, if you switch on to net worth, he's pretty much behind on the Faceless Void right now. Athena and Zora, well, they just won't stop the bullying. As right now, he will throw out the Chronosphere with backup already here. He should be feeling a bit more safer as Ghost Ship is available. The Cookie will help out just a bit on the Kunkka as the Torrent will whiff everyone down. Dragonson jumping forward with a Time Walk will take that kill. Athena will need to TP out of there.
Brad Boys had to throw everything, including the kitchen sink at that Kunkka just to kill him. And even then, he didn't have Ghost Ship casted on him. So, I mean, if the situation shifts at all in Honor Vanguard's favor, I think Kunkka survives there. And they're going to have to use even more next time to bring him down.
And this is the problem. As soon as you start committing defense on the bottom, look at Shaggy and Old Rat go. This is not even just ratting. This is just straight up knocking at your door as the 2 tier 1s might just be falling here. Okay, yeah, finally that catapult is gone, but Old Rat will definitely take the top tier 1 tower here on the off lane.
Yeah, Armwood and Mordigian finished on the Chaos Knight. Great timing, sub 12 minutes with a bracer, treads, full one.
Zip zap onto the mid lane as Carl will go down. Still no shallow grave just yet on the Dazzle. The Shaggy wants a bit more. Ice Blast will hit through Chickham as Thana just needs to keep up the facade of just hiding here. Does have the Cookie to keep up the initiation, but will eventually dodge it out. As
the Virtuous Gale play coming out.
I wouldn't let Old Rat do this that he's doing right now. This seems how should I say?
Quite illegal.
Quite illegal. Yeah, that's a good expression.
Ooh,
should not be allowed. It's Shaggy just heals up fully in the fountain and is ready for another round on the mid lane. Chickham just getting fried as LGTK tries to sunray them with his laser, but it's not doing much. The double damage careful is I don't think he's just gonna force them back just a bit up top.
The action doesn't stop.
Bristleback gonna get out. DJ Dingus, he's really low, has Ice Blast on him. Just a little bit more damage. It's gonna be enough for the shatter. And Orwell will take the kill. He will gladly die for that. Gets the gold. Doesn't care about the XP. I mean, taking down the Bristleback is always a joyous day if you're a support.
Alrin said, "Yeah, I'm gonna need to crunch the numbers. What do I need to do to get him to 12%? Okay, let's go." Speaking of 12%, Dragonson falling.
No X! No X mark the spot on the Faceless Void. Chronosphere put out for protection. Dragonson has the Time Walk and he's out of there.
Oh, Shaggy knows he doesn't have enough mana to secure the kill, so he doesn't even bother zipping in pursuit. Happy to take this tower. They'll call it a win.
Aina, what are you doing? Gets bashed instantly for his sins. As I see
action in the top.
Supernova getting fallen off. Old Rat tries to take it. He will take out the Supernova with the help of Alren. Old Rat, you cannot turn into the Bristleback. DJ Dingus did die one last time. There's the Ice
Life Steal might be enough to keep him alive.
You can't do this. Oh, Old Rat, that was a bit too ambitious. Half HP on the Bristleback, but DJ Dingus finally finds some redemption here.
It's an absolute bloodbath, though. Honor Vanguard able to pull ahead. 4K in the lead, though the kill count doesn't really reflect that. But having lost kills, 2 tier 1's tower. Yeah. Oh, I see it. The script is in.
The poetry. It's always there.
LGTK finding Thana.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Good catch. X mark on the chicken. Nice little torrent, but here comes the cavalry. The Shaggy comes in as well, in for this kill. Needs to zap out of there. That
not the regen rune
would be huge. He just needs to
Can he get it?
That's it. As he slides out, they will exchange kills. Dragonson for the price of Shaggy. That is one. That is well worth it. And he will come back with a regen rune actually on the Storm Spirit. That is not bad. As Zor looking, finding, Xing, torrenting, pulling back, and they will just kill down Chickham.
Yeah, you get the kill on the Storm Spirit with the Dazzle. Accelerates your timing on the Ags. He's got 2 components ready now, but you don't have Chrono, you don't have Egg for a little bit. It's going to give Honor Vanguard the space they need to pressure this tier 1 tower. I mean, it's already under half health. It's likely to fall here unless Brad Boys can work some real magic.
I don't think they have Chrono or Egg or anything else to react to this.
They've got Honor Vanguard.
Oh, that's gotta be at the price of his life, though. Torrent, raise up, Thana.
No cookie.
No cookie. No cookies for him. Oh, did they old rat? What is he doing here?
Papa's home. Old rat's ready to rumble. On
He-
the low ground, though.
Are you sure about that? I'm gonna go with John Cena here. Like that. I don't think this is a smart move.
I mean, we see the 15-minute timing. Catapults are out in the mid lane. Old rat not electing to follow along, though.
Yeah, I
Knowing
was
that,
really. I don't think that would have been a good move to move into the triangle of the enemy, as he's just gonna opt in to put up the pressure onto the bottom. I agree with this way more.
Yeah.
And this tier 2
Still have the
should fall
catapult
for them.
available. Let's see if Shaggy can scout out that. Oh, DJ Dingus has the Aghanim Scepter on the bristle. This
Oh,
fight's
you
gonna be
came to the
difficult.
wrong house, fool! As he's getting ripped apart. The chrono is out, but the torrent is in. As the ghost ship is
Beautiful.
coming in for the follow-up. Shaggy might die, but the Nova, just one more right click from Zor will be enough to break the egg. As Old Rat is here as well to just keep up the clean up. As Auron will help out with the damage. They surround her as well. There is no escape. The X is there. Shallow grave just to hold out a little bit more, but stunned up, turned down, and destroyed.
Oh, we said no tip. You know,
No, I think they took everything just a tip, honestly.
Dota, you were worried about how Honor Vanguard responds to the Fryboy run at you, but seems like Honor Vanguard able to hit their timings prior to the Aghanim Scepter online for the Dazzle, and they just have no concerns. Happy to walk at them.
A really good aggression, and yes, they do take out 2 priority kills with Shaggy and Old Rat, but at the same time, and all in all, when the dust settles, it's just Honored Vanguard, you know, crushing and pushing. Really love
I
the
think-
aggressive play they're doing here.
Yeah, the key success for Honor Vanguard there was isolating the Bristle and just locking him down, killing him right off the bat. You know, he has Aghanim Scepter. He's a high priority target. He's gonna do a lot of damage, but if you remove him first, that fight's not gonna last long enough.
Easy chicken pick off as they move onto DJ Dingus. X marks the spot on the Bristleback, followed by the Ghost Ship. A bit too late for the
Ice
crash
Splash on the
through.
Phoenix.
As here comes as well, DJ Dingus play is just not opting out for them. The Shallow
That's gonna
Grave,
kill him.
it pushes through. That vessel was more than enough to get the Bristle back. At the same time, Dragonson will escape the torrent. Shaggy needs to back off. No more mana on this Storm Spirit as here
Old Rat's
comes
ready.
the real cavalry. The Phantasm is there, stunned down, controlled. LGTK will die along with DJ Dingus. That was a long range kill on the Bristleback though.
Yeah. Dia is on the left side of the tier 2. Less than ideal, you know. Dazzle had a Shadow Wave ready to throw out, but perhaps it just gotten refreshed by bad juju. It's really gonna stall this BKB timing on the Bristle, you know. You get the Ags, you kind of want to fight, but you need to push and farm to get to that next item. That way you have some survivability. As we've seen, the Bristleback, now 4 and 3, had a great start. Had 2 really inopportune deaths under the tier, both tier 2s. What do you see
The
in
War
Dota?
sees Dragonson and they know exactly where he's farming. We already have Shaggy and Thana on the hunt. I don't know if they can
Making the
find the
move.
Faceless Void just yet.
Shaggy has the tried and true recipe for success on Storm. Witchblade Kai is going to
no
do a
one
ton
knows
of
what
damage.
it's like to be the Faceless Void. But behind no eyes, you just die to the Shaggy Man.
To be the
this
sad
stage,
man.
We got Zor. Yeah, die to the sad man without no eyes.
Behind Bloodshot Eyes.
Well,
Not blue
behind
eyes.
Shaggy just dodging the magic missile. Oh, he's just out of
Masterful.
there.
Absolute god tier.
Disgusting on this Storm Spirit right now.
You know. So did I? If for Fry Boys, how do we call our way back in this game?
Isn't it this time when you type out GG? My rank is really low. I don't know how to play this game. You're the one with the answers. I don't have any answers.
I think you just gotta do your best to spread the map a little bit. Maybe smoke onto the enemy side so you can get some solo farm. LGTK, while he's died quite a lot, I'd like to see him die further away from his team and further away from his side of the map. Maybe make some space with those little eggs.
Oh no, Dragonson already hunted. as Old Rat will make his way to the other side of the map. The Honored Vanguard is just controlling the bottom part of the whole map area. There's just nowhere for Dragon Sin to farm here.
Yeah, these cores need their BKBs, but Honor Vanguard doing a great job at eliminating the gold sources that the Faceless Void, the Bristle needs to get that
Just
BKB.
zoned them out of here as Old Rat will start initiating onto Roshan, controlling this area all to himself.
Good amount of minus armor from both Reality Rift and the little Shredder. Gonna help Honor Vanguard claim this quick, but Fryboy is getting a good amount of space here. I'd like to see them. Oh, and as I'm saying that, DJ Dingus soloing the Tormentor already got 5 goose stacks on it. He's gonna use that Bristleback ult and tear it up.
Yeah.
Great shard coming out for the Phoenix.
It's a good one with the Sunray, right? That's what it modifies. I always forget.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sunray during the egg. If you get 2 consecutive Sunrays off before and during the egg, that's a lot of mischance. That's a lot of heal coming out. It really helps you deal with the Chaos Knight.
Percentage-based damage. Based damage.
Based. Honor Vanguard content to make a smoke move immediately after felling Roshan. Not going to find anybody initially.
Yeah. Speaking of smoking, I guess it's just smoke and mirrors right now from the Honored Vanguard. They get the Aegis, but I think Fryboys, they're thinking of a fight. They're thinking of a fight as Dragonson will get pulled back instantly.
Oh no, he's dead off the bat!
Down. Straight up death for the Faceless Void as the Ice Blast comes through. Onto Kara, down goes the Dazzle as well, onto the control of the DJ Dingus. The cores are dead as the sun will fall, controls them just a bit, but with the Shaggy Man already coming out of the Aegis, will keep contact with LGTK to secure this team wipe.
Storm Spirit cometh. Spending the Aegis, you get 5 kills for that. I'd say that's a good exchange rate.
I'll take it. Yeah, just for the Aegis, sure.
And Zor able get a little cheeky X marks TP. You can do the same for any of his allies that needs. Maybe you get a quick bottle refill for the Shaggy.
Nah,
but
they don't need it. You just want to get this tier 2 instead. Tidal Wave clears the creeps, and Old Rat just basically clean up this tier 2.
Yeah. Guardian Greaves finished on Thanos Snapfire. Gonna really stretch the survivability of this dire draft. You know, Kunkka, super beefy hero, hasn't died in a long time, it feels like. He's 4 and 3, but I don't even remember those 3 deaths. He's been so impactful.
And just eliminate the attrition on your team. Although, yeah, we do see Shaggy suffering just a tiny bit. You know, no Pugna Petrol Station, no Coddle refill as of now. But with if he just, zips next to Zor, he can just always go in for the X mark to spot TP back and forth, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's more of like a NASCAR pit stop or Formula 1 pit stop.
Sure, yeah.
Oh. Desperate smoke move coming out here from Fryboys. They know they have the Chronosphere. They need to get a kill here. Open up the map a little bit more to ensure them another 10 to 15 minutes of play before Honor Vanguard can just close the jaws. Void finds a good target here. You don't want a Chronosphere for the AA.
Okay, that's a good one on the Old Rat, though, as they might just have the control onto the CK. They'll get Oren first, but Old Rat trying to make his way a little bit deeper. Dragon Sin will get a bit of swapper. Really, he time walks back in front of the CK, and they just don't care. With the 5 of them rotating in here, they'll take these 2 kills. And I don't think the Honored Vanguard want to go for pickoffs just yet.
You know that damn Lotus Pool.
Only 3 of them. They will go on to Dingus first as the Vortex play. Onto the Bristleback, they will manage to burst him down.
2 ults used, but a major target down. Very worth it. It's going to really limit Fryboys from using any of the open space on the map that they've just gotten from the CK Ancient Apparition kill. But small little interaction there.
5 to 1,000. Oh, Shaggy with a constant chase through with BKB put out from Dragon Sin. I want to keep the contact.
BKBs?
He used his Mask of Madness, so that's how he couldn't keep up the contact, but it's what that gave him the chain stun ability.
Yeah, that's his 9-second BKB gone like that.
Desperate moves from Dragonson for sure.
I mean, it does feel really bad, but your BKB timer kind of aligning with your Chronosphere timer now. So you survive, you probably don't want to fight till Chrono's up anyway. So it's not the worst case scenario. Speaking of worst case scenario.
Okay, catch onto the Bristleback. They will try and initiate onto the egg. They will take it down first. And onto DJ Dingus they go. Tidal Wave pull back onto the Bristleback, but don't shoot his
Raven
back,
swap!
because he's just going to keep on squilling. At the same time, Dragonson coming in. 30 seconds until Chrono, but we'll try to keep up the contact. Time walk backwards after the disarm.
Oh my god, CK is a halberd, man.
What a dirty play right now coming out from Old Rat.
This is a very hair pulley kind of match if you are a carry player for Fry Boys right now.
Hair pulley? What kind of pictures are we painting here, man?
Malding while balding, you know,
Malding,
just ripping your hair out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Although it's kind of unfair, as in comes that Vortex play from Shaggy once more. This X-Mark spot is just doing them so dirty right now. Instantly, you know, with a recharge, and then Storm Spray. We have a few seconds without him. Hell no! That's Shaggy just with the long range, zippy zappy. He will not keep up the contact with Dragonson though. What is Old Rat doing though? At the same time, goes in straight for the stun, bursts down out to TK. Dragonson will commit the Chronosphere onto the CK here. Here comes the Terror Wave, the Ice Blast for the return, BKB. It is there. A few more right clicks onto Old Rat, and the Phantasm Illusions will take down the Faceless Void as Zora comes in. A beautiful Tidal Wave pulls into two out of there. The Water Park is out, and DJ Dingus tries to burst them with the Bristleback active. But at the same time, half HP on the BB, X-marked, and he's just getting set up for another ride. Playing in another ticket into the park. Shaggy, just at the cusp of death, will not give in. The poison touch, it's not there. It's just the bristles ticking off slowly but surely. As a pullback onto Kara. There's a Tidal Wave, half HP. Shallow grave, but is it going to be enough for anything? The Phoenix, little bit of a help with the Shadow Wave as well, but eventually, alright, we'll just give him a bit of a chilling touch and send him straight to hell.
Yeah, Fry Boys really need a little more control. I'd like to see the Dazzle Shard picked up. You need some stun, you need some hexes against this Shaggy. He's got no save items of his own.
Again onto Dragonson he goes. There is no BKB available. They take out the Faceless Void for another minute over here. As the Ice Blast hits through. Doesn't get anything, but it's just a kind of a warning lesson coming out from all
Fry Boys not learning their lesson.
They're just gonna destroy the egg right now with a little shredder as they just keep up the con. Zora's just whipping Chicken right now. Tidal Wave doesn't hit.
Chicken, good play. You got two cores back up, you know.
Just trying to buy
a little bit of time with his life, but I mean,
he's available in the river.
Shaggy has a full gas tank, and Zor soon to join him with that X marks.
I don't know who's gonna go for that DB. I thought it's Old Rat making his way over into that river. They still have like a full minute to pick it up.
Yeah, we're gonna see Shaggy pick it up for certain. I think he knows that Bristol's gonna be trying to stretch out the map a little bit now. As I say that, DJ Dingus retreats under the safety of his tier 2. But if we've learned anything, these towers are not a security blanket for any of these Radiant heroes. Honor Vanguard happy to dive.
As Roshan presses an almost 2-minute snooze button, we're gonna have to wait just a tiny bit for the high ground push, in my opinion. Old Rat ratting with the Phantasms, but Dragonson is here to clean it up. What do you think of Dragonson going for a Manta instead of finishing the Mjolnir?
I mean, if you die, you do no damage.
Oh, wait. So... Sorry. Silenced up Chicken. Down goes LGTK.
Yeah, and Chicken will not be doing any damage. as he is
Victim
dead.
will be chilled down as in comes the Chronos here. Let's see Dragon Sin. Does he have the damage output here for this?
Oh
But
my
no, Shaggy
God.
will not die. BKB expelled, and on to Kara they go. The Dazzle will get stunned up, finished down. The Bristleback tries to put out the damage to control him down, but Dragon Sin a little low. Eventually, the Mortimers will make the kiss as on to DJ Dingus. They keep on going. Old Rat is really low, but there's no death for this CK as you get team wiped for 1.
Yeah, I really did not expect that fight to happen after the Phoenix died, but Honor Vanguard happy to close the gap immediately and just obliterate Fry Boys.
Easiest money of my life, says the Fry Boys, as says the Honored Vanguard, actually. And onto the high ground goes the Honored Vanguard.
No allegations of 322, please.
No, no, no. But yeah, I think the Honored Vanguard just had the right idea. Even though the team fight was solid from Fry Boys, the executions are just not there. And even though that the Bristleback is the tankiest thing of all time, it's just not paying off right now.
Yeah, I mean, Bristle, he's only got his BKB, a Vanguard, in terms of tankiness. Not
No
really a lot to
Bloodstone.
get through anything.
Yeah. No tips. No tips.
In Oak
Shaggy,
Tip.
they're just focused here on finishing the game. As a 4-man smokeout comes in, Shaggy will break it instantly. Don't want to leave him any kind of attempts. Tidal Wave onto DJ Dingus. Pulling back a little bit. Nice. Swapperoonie onto the Kunkka, though. But the water park is here. You have
Cookies
come
enough.
into the water. And right now, with a perfect Ice Blast onto DJ Dingus, it will whiff the Bristleback right now. And he's trying to burst them down as much as possible. X marks the spot on the Kunkka. Zor wants to come back for another
back
round,
in.
but the sun falls. You gotta keep on running from this high ground right now as the Tidal Wave tries to push them back. With the Supernova
They're doing this all
gone.
without the Faceless Void.
GG Boots put out. A bit of X mark on the Spirit.
Oh no, Dragon Sin. Okay, Old
Not-
Rat
not
doesn't know he's
just
there.
yet. As
Zip.
Shaggy's playing a bit inside the base. I don't think he's risking his life just yet.
He's almost there. Completely out of mana. X marks, not a TP yet. Still a bit of a long cooldown there. The Haste Rune's gonna help out, but not gonna get you a ton of mana.
Not much, for sure.
Dragonson getting close to the Mantis style. Spotted out from Alrin's Ancient Apparition. There are 3
Hey,
heroes
no.
right on top of him. The
Oh,
kisses
no,
come
he's
out.
looking. Time walk
Oh,
almost
no.
available. He'll need to
BKB
put it out
dodges.
there. BKB
But-
dodge,
oh,
but
Shaggy's-
onto Shaggy.
Chronos
A little bit low on the HP. Will be saved with the grave. But yeah, Chronosphere used defensively again. It's time for the Honored Vanguard to go one more time. Vortex, the Swapperoonie coming around from Chicken just to save DJ Dingus a little bit more. The active Bristleback turning down the Phantasms from the high ground.
No,
just a bit.
Chickum.
Zor going for the hunt. Trying to fish with the Tidal Wave. Doesn't manage to get a catch just yet.
You know, I'd like to see Chickum use the swap. Like, there was a prime example of great usage. I'd like to see him use those swaps maybe a little earlier and get that damage reduction out for his ally. You know, right now, 40% damage reduction. When he gets level 18, it's going to be 50. That might just be enough. They've been surviving on razor-thin margins. And if we can just increase that margin of survival a little bit, it might give your Faceless Void or your Bristle enough wiggle room to really make a great play.
Well, theories here or there. Gaben says 98% win probability for the Honored Vanguard. As it's 28k net worth up right now for the Dire side. Cheese on Old Rat. As the Aegis will land on the Storm Spirit. And it does mean Shaggy will be making a bit more of those ballsy plays we've started to come and expect from him. Doesn't switch to the TP boots on the Storm, interestingly enough.
No, wants to go for get that last little bit of control out, you know, build that Scythe of Ice and truly lock down that Void, that Dazzle. Let no one escape.
Keep sticking everyone all around.
Met style finally finished on the Void.
As he moves on to Scotty. Not really wanting to finish the Mjolnir. I think it's that extra attack speed that just gets you kills and control, in all honesty. That might just be my opinion.
No, I mean, it certainly helps out. But speaking of kills and control, Thana finishes a full Aghanim Scepter, no components previously built. It's going to give them another way to control and save. And
Who are you spitting in here? As Alren shakes off Dragonson. As meanwhile, the Honor Vanguard are on the high ground. Alren? He's dodging Dragonson right now as Shaggy goes deeper and deeper into the base. Onto LGTK, a little bit of zap out from Shaggy.
Ice Blast already used, so you have about 20 seconds of freedom here on Fryboys to make a move, but Honor Vanguard probably communicating about that, saying BB, no Ice Blast, chill, wait 20 seconds.
Wisdom runes being ignored at 35. It just kind of saddens me, by the way.
You know, I think Honor Vanguard are at a point in the game where they can afford to leave it on the ground for a minute or two.
I mean, both sides are just ignoring it. Wisdom's just not a priority here.
Yeah, Honor Vanguard content in their knowledge, thinking that they're wise enough. This Kunkka is going to get beefy enough with the pickup of that Heart of Terrask.
More than likely, I think you have more HP now than the Bristleback. 1 point something.
Oh my god, yeah.
1.7k up on HP compared to the Bristle. I think that's pretty good, if I say so myself.
Oh yeah. And cheeky play coming out from Zor. A little efficiency tip. He uses the tidal wave to pull the Ancients down off the cliff so that way he can farm in the lane.
What a badass
beast.
player.
Yeah. That's big
He's
brain.
also going for Sheepstick, by the way. I might add. Alren already with a Wind Waker showing it down to Shaggy. I don't know if Shaggy appreciated that.
Look at the blink next. I love these pickups on these supports.
I mean, you gotta be a tanky boy as the Lotus Orb comes out from Zor. Dishes back the Hex he gets.
Alright, Titan Sliver picked up on the Dazzle. Could be helpful when you have all the control that Honor Vanguard does.
Who has Hex on the Radiant? I don't even know how that went out. As in comes the Mortimer's Kisses. Onto that high ground. It's looking like the Honored Vanguard had enough of this. As in comes the ride. Come from Shaggy. He'll pick up Chicken before he dies. So he keeps on looking for the control. Old Rat is cleaning the base right now. As Shaggy, he's like, kill me, please. I have the Aegis. But I don't have any more mana. As at the same time, Old Rat dodging out of here. We'll get gobbled
beautiful
up.
Save from Theta.
And Shaggy's just
Shaggy
hiding?
Hiding. Oh, the creep spots him out.
He just doesn't want to die. He has a minute left of the Aegis, and Zor will set him up. Yep.
Yep.
Go back, fill up. Time for round 2.
You don't have your Ventura 30, no buyback available. And the Hex that came out from Radiant was the Dazzle Shard.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I was like super missing it. Like, where is that Hex? But at the same time, yeah. Ice Blast getting ready.
Coming in.
Going through. Onto the Dazzle, as that's an easy pickup for Shaggy with the damage. Onto Dragonson they go. Cleaning up the Faithless Void. 70 seconds without the Chronomancer. Out comes the Sun. No buyback from the Void. This could have been the fight they were looking for. But with DJ Dingus down, I guess they shall concede. Game number 1 here to the Honored Vanguard. Fortification as a one last attempt at pulling through. Well, with no buyback coming out of the Faceless Void, a little bit of a holdout.
Not enough.
Kunkka. Half HP.
And it was a
Tidal
bait.
Wave pulls them off as Shaggy looking for the control. Still, the Aegis will get off the cooldown. And as Shaggy looks up for that cleanup, they will move over onto the Ancients as last tier 4 falls. Still no buyback on the Faceless Void as the Honored Vanguard take game number 1.
You know, I appreciate the attempts at a metagame. Fryboys knowing that their pause 1 is currently tied up in the qualifier. They're trying to buy all the time that they can to stay alive in this series. You know, maybe you buy 30 extra seconds. You stay alive. You get enough time for Sammy Boy to finish his qualifier and the team back. Do you think the
But,
difference of the sub here was enough to really open up that 52 to 17 gap in kill score there, Dota?
I mean, we're talking about Sammy Boy, so it's not just any kind of sub, right?
Right.
But on the other hand, I think like Dragonson held his own. Like despite him dying 8 times, I think he did a wonderful job, trying to find as much farm on the map as possible. I personally don't agree with the itemization. Maybe he should have gone for the finished Mjolnir first. Try to get up
Okay.
that attack speed in the chrono itself. But eventually, yeah, I mean, attempts were made to defend yourself as much as possible. It's just that I never saw the chronosphere and the supernova come out at the same time, right? It was either or,
Right.
kind of, on the teamfight approach.
Yeah, maybe if you play a little greedier on the Faceless Void, you die fewer times, you get to level 20, and then you get that attack speed talent in Chronosphere, that's an extra 95. That could kind of maybe substitute for the Mjolnir, but as we saw, Faceless Void hitting the match at level 19. Tough,
Yeah,
tough round for the Fry boys
wasn't
there.
easy. And yeah,
Yeah.
Dota is not a game of what ifs. So with that, we should go on a tiny bit of a break and let's see if the what if of Fry Boys evening up the series will happen, or will Honored Vanguard finally pass through their first round here at NADCL Season 5. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fry Boys versus the Honored Vanguard as THV took game number 1 pretty confidently, I guess, against the Fry Boys. But do I see Sammy Boy make a return here, or am I? No, it's still Dragon Sin here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they swapped
Well, yeah.
sides, and I was trying to look in the lobby, but Fry Boys still have Dragonson for the stand-in on pause 1.
Staying there. Well, let's hope these guys have their stuff together, as it's gonna be an interesting hill to climb. I don't know if Fry Boys this time around are gonna get eliminated round number 1. It's never a good feeling, obviously, but at the same time, I think THV, if they keep up this pace and they keep up this kind of drafting, they should have a good time here, as I think we should have our drafts up soon enough.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, as we have it, they instantly just start. So, is it about the respec bans, or are you just following the meta here, Malibu?
They had a respec ban with the Pugna early on. I think maybe you throw out the Pugna and maybe ban the AA if you want to play one of those strength heroes, because the AA was just like icing on top of the cake. Able to contribute from afar. They didn't really have the tools on Fry Boys to get on that back line like we thought. Just did not weren't able to string it together. So if you ban out the back line altogether, and maybe you have a better chance of success.
All this time, Fry Boys controlling on the Weaver and the Kunks. First pick on the Fry Boys side. Let's see. Will the Bristleback be addressed, or will Fry Boys go for it once more? Good
I feel
question.
like the Bristle might be a bit of a bait here. Let's see who's made it through. Primal right now?
Yeah, on the offlaners,
available?
it's Primal, Tide, Bristle, Centaur are the ones I'm looking at. You could just go for picking up the Ancient Apparition instead and just banning something you don't want to see in the hands of Old Rat.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Let's see, Fry Boys. Do they play it? Not one of Chicken's favorite supports, and his Venge did a lot of work last game. So I don't know do you think Fry Boys might try to run the AA in the 4 position?
Possible. I'm not a fan of it personally. I think like 4 should be more of a mobile hero. A lacks that mobility. Personally, this is what I kind of read into it.
Sure.
But
They had the Phoenix 4 last game.
I wasn't super okay with that either, to be fair.
Yeah. Maybe they just need to change it up altogether. Oh, they go out with the Nature's Prophet ban on Fry Boys.
Stopping the global movement's always a priority, but Spectre's still in the pool, so there's that answer if you want it. Oh, Magi Beast.
All right.
Dang.
Why? Huh.
Well, if you can't beat them with the drafts, go for the bronze. Okay, Necrophos instantly getting picked
Oh
up.
no, dude. 70% win rate. Hi, Shaggy Necro. You know, we talked about respect bans. We talked about meta bans. Apparently, Fry Boys went with neither. And let the one hero get through with a 70% win rate for Honor Vanguard.
I
Maybe
guess put it down to dumb luck with the Ogre Magi, you know? 2 heads, 0 brains. Just go for the strength play right there.
Yeah, Honor Vanguard probably just anticipating that Ogre mid. I think Necrophos is a great answer to that.
For sure.
Now, do you flex the Ogre to a support pick, having spotted out the Necro?
I'm not so sure. I think Ogre Magi has a decent time against the Necrophos in lane. You have damage in both Ghost Shroud and in his physical form. But do you survive all that death pulse? Are you tanky enough? Is my
Right.
question.
Do you go 3 bracers just to live?
Yeah, did you go 3 bracers and just try and survive? Is the question here.
Yeah,
I mean,
though
you're still suffering due to Heartstopper aura, aren't you?
yeah, you're gonna be hurting for sure. But you know, in this meta, we're seeing supports roam to the mid and then just try to get active with that 3 hero kind of death ball combination. Ogre Magi, hero that offers something to be rotated to, you know? Has the stun, has the big damage, the slow. But Grimstroke, escaping the second round of bans, makes it through. Picked up by Honor Vanguard here. Love this hero. Combines really well with so many that are heroes that are in the meta right now. Dodai, if you're Fry Boys here, how do you answer this Grimstroke pick?
Pick the bristleback and just GG out instantly. I don't know. I kind of actually like a Kunkka answer for this. Oh, they go for the tank up option. Oh my god. Oh my god. Pick Undying and win this game. So much strength in one draft. Whoa.
And
right?
you know, honestly, Undying fits on your Vanguard quite well.
All these heroes are strength-based heroes, am I right?
Yeah, you are
Dang.
correct.
Dang.
Chicken does have that is.
Oh wait,
his
I'm
highest...
sorry. IO is universal. Now. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, all these recent shifts. Tough to lock down.
Honestly,
keep in mind.
Just move one hero before we get the Puppet Master. Move one hero back into Int, and please give me back my little, symmetry of 31 heroes in each attribute. That's just my biggest pet peeve in the hero table right now. Okay, look at the table, and my brain is just melting. Why is this a thing?
You know, my advice to you: holy Pog, the Doom coming out, and the Pugna escaping the bans that we saw in game 1, getting picked up.
Dang.
Yeah.
This game is looking spicy as hell right now.
Yeah, the Pugna is a notable hero of Thena on the pause floor coming out. But yeah, Dota, my recommendation to you is make your own hero tables and just remove your least favorite hero from whatever category is imbalanced, and it looks perfect. You'll never know. Just gaslight yourself.
But then, I mean, I don't even know what universal heroes are right now, so you just want to confuse me even more. I see. Well, yeah, it could kind of work on my OCD as out comes Bloodseeker. Not much of a hold on any of these heroes.
How are you going to deal with blood everywhere with your OCD, man? That's got to be a challenge.
I think the problem with this Bloodseeker pickup is that there's this Pugna hero that can constantly just reverse life drain people.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's going to replenish.
Basically, you're going to just keep on replenishing everyone. Does Faceless Wind Inspector get banned? I don't see the synchronicity here for Old Rat, as I think Old Rat is looking for like a more agility ranged type of hero, with the Doom being the main lineup. They go for Lifestealer? What is this draft? Malibu, what's going on?
We're going to see some Necrophos Aghanims infest Lifestealer, the HP regen.
But what is your taxi here if you're THV? Like,
Sadman Necrophos.
Shaggy? Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're gonna put him in there, and then he's gonna use his shard. Is just gonna get on top of him, man. Trust me.
This is bonkers.
They're gonna ink swell the Necrophos, and he's gonna Deathseeker into the middle of the fight, and he's just gonna be doing so much damage with the Aghanims, Aghanim's Lifestealer inside of him. It's gonna be shit.
I'm gonna be putting my money where my mouth is. I'm actually, as a proud Fry Boys supporter, I'm gonna be biased and go for the Fry Boys this time around.
I'm a
Actually,
Fryboy Div 2 player, man. I've gotten stomped 3 games, bro.
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I know how to.
We are honorable biased Fry Boys casting crew right now. We're renaming the channel as well. I don't care at all. You know, I believe in Dragonson. I believe in the Bloodseeker. Who cares of the 70% Shaggy win rate? Whoever this guy is, I don't know.
I
But
mean,
yeah.
you know, the
I'm not
Bloodseeker does like
scared.
the Nullifier. Good item pickup against this Necrophos. I can see. I'm seeing like the 40-minute copium kind of slant into this game. Oh, and the immediate tip coming out again.
Just a tip coming out from Kara. I don't know if this will work out. Ogre Magi versus Necrophos. I did mention during the draft that this should work on paper. But yeah, you know.
Ah.
What else worked on paper? Russian cosmonauts landing on the moon 2 months after Apollo 11. That never happened anyway. But it worked on paper.
Speaking of on paper, I got nothing.
Yeah, basically. The 5-man approach coming out from Fry Boys. They tried to do the zone out once more.
Old Rat not hesitant in the least to step forward. Still saving his skill point.
So they are aware of the vision. Oh, the perfect placement of the sentry. Taking away all the information Fry Boys had so far.
Yeah, immediate D word there. It's gonna really enable them to get whatever bounty rune they want. It's gonna protect their courier early on too. No snipes coming out with any kind of ease. Earth Spirit definitely a hero that likes to snipe them.
I mean, is DJ think is going to have a better time this time around against a Lifestealer and a Grimstroke, or is he going to suffer as much as he did against the CK?
I think it's gonna be better than the CK,
Maybe.
but only because LGTK is gonna be able to boulder smash away the Lifestealer.
But double melee on the
I know.
offlane.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
Meanwhile, Kara with the Ogre Magi. I'm really curious about this mid lane as well. This is, I mean, I said it should work, but we'll see.
Kara
Up
doing his best to
top.
pull the creeps up high.
Nice control from Chicken. Just trying to zone out Thana as much as possible.
Level 30 IO, man. Damn. Gets the body block on the hard camp. Great contribution early, even though Thana D-wards.
Only the second skin on the IO, by the way. This Aztec one.
Yeah.
First one was the Arcana, I do believe.
Oh, yeah. The little
Ever
love
since-
cube.
Yeah,
Banding
all
cube.
those other designs you've seen in the workshop, none of them make it through. I actually like the Rubik's Cube, and there's also one with the disco ball. Both are really, really cool as hell, but this Aztec one is the only one IO got so far. As
my God.
in
Karan.
comes the Ignite on from Karan. Sad man
Gets
trying
the
to shake him off.
Bloodlust, level 2. Good pickup. Gives you a lot of attack speed. 30's nothing to scoff at. They're 40 actually on yourself.
I think the move speed is just great as well.
Yeah. It's going to help you get those, get a water rune, you know.
Or something.
Oh, both sentries are going to be visible here in the bottom lane as the supports are duking it out. LGGK not going to be able to counter that one, though.
Peace was never an option. Peace was never an option.
Yeah.
As actually the dive coming up top, Dragonson trying to zone it out with a bit of blood right. So we'll back off as Thana. They're just basically tag teaming right now here.
Yeah, that
with the
second
Doom and the
Nether Blast
Pugna.
misses the mark. Thana kind of baiting. He's got the Fairy Fire, got 3 charges on the Magic Stick. Drops drops the Iron Branch to pop his regen. I like it.
I think they have the right approach, just basically going for the creep skip here. As down bottom, Old Rat positioning himself very aggressively with the Lifestealer. DJ Ding
Yeah,
is
you know,
not
that's just
really
gonna-
stacking.
That aggressiveness is really going to ensure that Alren's able to get the Lotus, as both Lotuses spawn 3 minutes and the safe lanes taking their respective side. Oh, and we see a Sadman level 4 coming out. Ogre still level 3. We're going to start to see that gap grow, I believe.
This Dragonson's just trying to turn into Thana and Zor. Fairly good amount of movement speed coming from Thirst. Should have just a fun time chasing round and round on everyone. Yeah. He's a ballsy dude. As Alren moves on to GTK. Roll through on the cliff.
Shaggy pushing this ogre back to his
Where
tier
is
2.
Shaggy going? Like,
Wherever he wants, man.
I think they're lost on this map. Like, oh my god. Carol
Has the
not having
has the
good time.
presence of mind to pause his courier, not getting killed by the tier 1. Yeah. Shaggy dominating that one for sure. In the bottom lane, Earth Spirit rolling forward onto Old Rat, but he's going to put himself in the line of fire. DJ Dingus trying to get a kill, but not going to have enough damage to get this
More
life stealer.
stacks.
Oh my god, I'm wrong!
The turnaround and the bristle
Holy.
rock. Don't mess with that passive, my friends. It's actually up top. We have even more action. Zor getting dived on. Is it position 3?
Blood right.
Well, Fryboy's almost close to getting another extra kill. But you can't make that dive onto Zor. Come on, Dragonson. Don't be this greedy. Athena. Another Nether Blast is just exactly ready for this bait. Overcharge. Coming out from the IO. This Dragonson wants to keep contact, wants to keep fighting here. I don't think you're allowed.
No, certainly not allowed, but something I like seeing these IO players do, whenever the flag bearer creep comes out, you get that little extra bit of regen, you can get just a little more aggressive. Especially when you're paired with a Bloodseeker.
Pick him, Thana. Trying to make that contact. Dragonson wants it, but nah. With the Decrepify, he can't keep up the right-click contact. And with the Scorched Earth as well, they're suffering from attrition hard. Chickham, very low on the HP, but manages to pick up the Tango. Dragonson at the same time, trying to dish back some damage. There's a Blood Right available, but can you make the dive?
No,
The
just
answer is
prioritizing farm.
Just
Understanding that you've won this lane, and that it is in your favor to just stay there. LGTK from Fryboys coming top. Looking at Zor. Gets the rolling boulder. They're going to get the Blood Right. No damage coming out from it. Just misses, but they have enough between the Blood Grenade.
Doom. It's actually mid lane. We have a chase again
no.
onto the Ogre Magi. The Scythe comes out from Shaggy, suffering a bit more of the damage from the mid lane tower. LGTK doesn't get the smash just in time to put Alren back onto the stairs. So we'll just disengage. As the mid pressure is real.
Honor Vanguard having enough damage to save their catapult, get that wave under tower. Thana, does he pop?
Era coming back for round number 3. Trying to burst it down, stun it down as well. Chickham is here for the backup. The Inkswell makes contact as Shaggy tries to get out of here. Does not have mana for anything. No more death pulses, no more anything as well.
Oh
but
my
a
god.
Beautiful Nether Blast
Man.
on from Thana as he keeps up the contact. Gets some mangoes from Alren. The Necrophos should be fine now. It's actually on the side. A
Not
lot
the
of people
deny.
are low. Dragonson makes the dive onto Zor just a bit. Alright, boys, trying to make a stand on all 3 lanes, by the way.
Yeah.
Zor gets the Wisdom Rune. It should mean an earlier Doombringer.
Dingus
That
having an
ult.
easier time here in this off lane, you know. I really like the creep skip. Old Rat trying to match this aggression, though. Challenging the skip. Loses 2 creeps in the process, Dingus. I like just grabbing it by the tier 2 and then taking it to like one of the camps in the side lane.
Yeah, that's always
Wait.
I like the long skip as well. Yeah, I agree.
The
When you
safe
start-
laner. Just can't
start
contest
to
it, you
pull
know.
a bit deeper as Zor. Gotta get Boulder smashed. And with the contact, Chickham, LGTK, and Dragonson, the 3 of them can't kill the Doom? Question mark?
Yeah. Yeah, bonus move speed from the Scorched Earth, Phase Boots, pretty strong.
If this
Doesn't
were
even
a
have a
pub,
neutral item yet.
this were a pub, and my name is Zor, I'm spamming the chat with question marks. Like, what the hell was that?
And the voice line, the ah.
You guys can't even kill me.
Yeah. LGTK looking for a rolling boulder into a smash into the tower, but Shaggy has those boots of travel sub 10 minutes. He's happy to waddle away. And he's got a Reaper Scythe cooked up, ready to go.
Oh, he wants it. That's Thana. We'll put out the ward. Or you can just call it Magic Gatling Gun right now. The Nether Blast just destroys the tower.
Karan
Sending it
almost
to
getting that
oblivion.
deny.
Speaking of dives and tier 1s, it's actually DJ Dingus getting dived down by Old Rat. But not that many kills in 9 minutes, but at the same time, the amount of control and the back and forth between the two teams, it's just pretty much keeping us at the edge of our seats.
I've almost fallen off of mine as we've been watching. Oh, I have all these stacks coming out in Honor Vanguard's triangle. And if you're a Bristle, you want your 4, your 5 to be stacking for you. Unfortunately, DJ Dingus is not hearing a song sung to that tune. Zor's got nothing. He's got nothing at all. Actually, he's gonna get run on here.
Zor gonna get caught
Rupture.
out. Nice blood rate. Again, keep on silencing that Doom, but it's a tanky Lord of Hell. It's down bottom. Dingus actually leading the Doom and
He's low.
farm. At the same time,
Thirst
LGTK in the
vision.
dive. Rolling on to Oren. Nice Geomagnetic Grip. Pulling it back. Taking out Zor first. Can they
Rupture
keep
on
in
a Shaggy.
contact with Oren? Old Rat trying to get Chicken down, but a beautiful tether retake as well. Inkswell instantly
Oh,
put
no.
through with the scythe. They take out the
They're gonna
Bloodseeker as LGTK rolls in for nothing.
Alrin surviving that.
That's pretty big.
Oh, and they get the D ward. That's a feels bad moment.
A lot of rotation coming out from the Honored Vanguard onto this Dire safe lane, but at the same time, it's absolutely worth it as they're just chugging through objectives like they're butter.
Yeah, great timing for that aggression too. The catapult for 10 minutes. It's arrived up here in your off lane. Happy to push that tier 1 down. Kind of surprised to see Dingus not match that aggression himself, but he's happy to go stack for himself and clear an ancient camp. Maybe getting that Aghanims a little faster than last game.
That's kind of the name of the game, right? That's like the 50-minute point when Bristleback is basically the strongest thing on the map. Usually the highest net worth as well, but not this time around. It's not really working that way.
Yeah. Old Rat has that armlet finished as well. Not a ton of danger early coming out with those toggles, but around like 20 minutes, I'm really predicting a lot of damage coming out from this Ignite, from the Magnetize on the Earth Spirit.
Rupture coming out onto Zor. Doom for the return as LGTK and will not boulder smash.
They're fighting
The
back.
Doom down, and the Doom, he's just not dying. Zor is absolutely fine as LGTK is the one now in trouble. Gonna get life drained down. I'm trying to pull in that high 5. He's not gonna get him the satisfaction, but Sadman will gladly take that kill as the Honored Vanguard 5k up now here at 12 minutes into the game.
A huge margin for not a lot of time spent in the map. Dragonson playing pretty well, getting out of that, spinning a Rupture, not getting a kill.
So he really needs to get those kills instead. This Old Rat tries to make contact onto Kara.
Oh, this
and
is
then
it.
they go with the Geomagnetic Grip. Nice little toggle play from Old Rat.
And the
But
haste
with the
rune, oh, you
infest,
cannot.
You can't get that. You cannot pick that up. He picks
Oh
up the
my
haste rune
God.
as well as he turns onto Dragonson,
Oh
takes
my
the
God.
kill, and controls the enemy's carry as he keeps contact with LGTK. The feast.
He's
goal
freed from his
frenzy.
bonds.
Oh, he's so hungry. He'll take him down and get the double kill as well. The life stealer, true to his name.
Stealing life, stealing hope. Fry Boys in dire straits, that 5k lead. Now 6k. You're still 2 components away from your Bristle Ags. You just now got your Midas. Oh, yeah, that's tough.
This isn't looking good.
Yeah. Not able to challenge the Thana Pugna either. That's blasting your tier 2 just because Shaggy has Scythe waiting in the wings. And speaking of waiting in the Wings of Death are going to arrive as Shaggy finishing a Heart of Tarisk. That's going to be under 15 minutes, just needing the recipe now.
We've seen this at TI. And honestly, these heart tanky Necrophoses, it's just
Unreasonably
worrisome
strong.
after worrisome. And LGTK trying to go in for the roll in onto Thana.
Dude, old rat. He doesn't even care that he's visible under that thirst.
I
Just
got
tiptoeing
100
on the line.
HP. Come and get me. He doesn't care at all.
No. Shaggy, spreading the map, making use of those travels early. I like it. Trying to cook up a level 2 Reaper Scythe.
Oh,
Almost there.
all run, you cheeky bastard, picking up the double Wisdom Runes at 14 minutes into the game.
Oh, you
The
know,
Ogre
Ogre
Smasher.
maybe needs a third head to get there in time.
I don't think he'll have the time. As, yeah, with the Midas, he might just speed up his farm. But time is not on the Fried Boys' side.
Ooh. Dodai, what do you think about a hero redesign for Ogre? He starts off with 1 head. Every time he upgrades multicast, he gets another head.
That's actually could be really fun. Where would the third head go? Between the two?
Haha.
Or
We'll
would
talk
it be
about that one
facing
later.
backwards like in other mythologies? Oh, smoke break. Onto a nice play with the soulbind onto the 2. Can Shaggy get off the double scythe? Or does he even need to? He just needs to set up onto LGTK. Nice Doom play onto the Earth Spirit. No Magnetize for you, my friend. As Dingus is the one also pretty
Immediate
low.
buyback.
In the meantime, Dragonson coming in for the rotation. Sadman going for the Ghost Shroud. Trying to survive all of this damage, but a huge burst from Air Strike and Thana.
Shaggy falls.
Dragonson is controlled. Shaggy does fall, but at the same time, it's 3 for 2. And Old Rat just surviving at the edge. Infest is almost ready. He could just join up onto
those
Zord if he
quills.
wants to. It's huge, and he turns it up onto DJ Dingus. Down goes the Bristleback, and they will get that team wipe. Force it out. Get it as well.
It was a 2 for 6, Dodai. They had a buyback on the Fry Boys.
Oh.
LGGK. Little Gucci Teke on the Earth Spirit. Not enough. And
There's a rampages. That's a double rampage. So is this a double team wipe?
yeah,
I guess so.
close enough. But we're getting ready to see something truly sinister. I want you to look at Lifestealer's items. It's going for second
What?
item Radiance.
I mean, that's pretty cheeky and in your face, to be honest.
But, you know, Sadman knows that he's having a little bit of trouble with the silences coming out from the 2 Fry Boys heroes. Needs to get the Yule's Scepter. That's going to delay his Aghanims. I mean, I don't really know how delayed it'll be, seeing as that we're 16 minutes into the game and he's got the heart travels already.
Feels
But,
kind of weird that his answer is not the standard just shard. He goes straight up for the Yules instead.
I think they might be anticipating doing the Tormentor a couple times. He doesn't really have to make any crazy plays just yet. He just needs to keep farming.
And honestly, if Allren can get his shard in, like, you know, the dispelling Inkswell, it's just more than enough. As speaking of the Inkswell, makes contact onto the just now bought back LGTK. Once down, once more, as another blast. They're still doing the work. The life drain
kill
from
onto Allren.
Thana. DJ Dingus is just gone. As Dragonson tries to rupture down onto the Life Stealer, but it doesn't matter
no.
at all. With the Infest, the survival of Old Rat
Critical
is
mass.
made. And of course, with that rotation, they will just team wipe once more onto the Fry Boys. The Honored Vanguard with 0 mercy will just roll down on this tier 2 tower on the mid lane.
You know, about 3 minutes ago in this match, the kill score was like 8-6, 8-5.
Something like that. Yeah,
Something
8 to
like
5.
that.
Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, the Fry Boys, you know, They're not winning the map control game. That's okay. At least they're trying to eke out some farm, get some items. They're
They'll
not
have a
bleeding out a ton of
chances at the
kills.
team fights. You know, they have a chance at the team fights, maybe.
I was wrong.
Dragonson, Dragonson, come on, man, just don't, Dragonson. I mean, I warned him, to be fair.
He did. It was
Yeah.
a heads up.
Yeah. Too bad.
They're smoking on to the Grimstroke. Inkswell's the creep.
Doom out, guns out, as the Bristleback will get stopped with the Centaur Stomp. And Shaggy does not have Scythe, but I think they'll just be happy with the attrition as down goes DJ Dingus.
Yeah, that's not the trade you want. You use a smoke and you lose your Bristle.
Down
Shaggy
bottom.
just gonna walk at him.
I mean, yeah, nice little quad stun at the same time. Open wounds out on to Kara. He's gonna accept his fate. He's now with a Yule Scepter. Blade may allow, but yeah, the Death Pulse will take your
Such a good
life.
shard.
Turn onto Zor up top. Ain't much to stop his TP out, but the damage is gonna be there. Picking up one more kill.
Dragonson gets
one.
that kill. That gets his Sanjin Yasha. Race car build go.
I mean, I like the orange sword pair. It's not bad. Although a lot of people do prefer the purple one, the Sanj and
Sure.
Kaya. I never buy the blue combo, actually, to be fair. As Shaggy could be in trouble here. Getting a bit chased down, but meanwhile, Old Rad on the mid lane, trying to go onto DJ Dingus. Does manage to get that Soulbind onto 2 with Oren. As LGTK tries to shake them off at the edge of the Soulbind. They do get Old Rat. No Infest for you. As the Lifestealer is
Dragonson.
down. It could just be a little bit of
Oh, the
signs of
Yules.
life coming out. At the edge of the chase, Dragonson.
The relo. He's in the fight
The
now.
IO, they're coming in. Thana. They're looking in for
Fry
the
Boys are
chase.
doing it.
Nice little plays coming out finally from Thrive Boys. They do pay with 1, but manage to pick up 3 in exchange.
Hey, good coordination coming out from Fry Boys. I like that. I like that a lot. You know, it speaks to the spirit of the team when you can still look for these plays, still make this space, still coordinate across the map, and force Honor Vanguard's hand here.
Yeah, there was a team called Royal Never Give Up for a reason.
Exactly, but you might want to give up once this Necrophos picks up his Aghanim Scepter. He's got the Ogre Axe already, and he's working on the other 3
Hell
components
no.
now.
That decay increase is just... No, it's just disgusting.
Yeah, with Radiance Lifestealer. Ooh, these open
Old
wounds
Rat,
coming out.
And
They're
they
gonna
go
Yules to
on
interrupt
to
the team.
Cora again.
No
No.
Yules?
No Yules. No Yules, no Sight,
Shaggy.
no nothing. Well, yeah, to be fair, Scepter
Oh,
was on
no.
cooldown. They're just looking in for the zone. Another open wounds again. Once we're on to Kara. Silence down as the Ogre Magi trying to save him with the mechanism. Nice rolling with the boulder, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh
They
my
do
God, the
lose
axe.
Ogre, but a perfect little turnaround coming out from the Bloodseeker. Trying to survive, but Dragonson just cannot put out the damage. Instead, losing another 2 after the Ogre Magi scything down the IO. That is 4 in the bag for the Honored Vanguard. And you know what? We don't need a carry. The 4 of us can definitely push out the mid lane.
Yeah, you know, the Pugna definitely accelerates that. Was gonna compliment DJ
in
Dingus,
with
but
another jump in. The Doom onto DJ Dingus. Down goes the Bristleback. And with this control, I guess they can just keep on sitting here.
oh yeah, they're not threatened in the least. Happy to get some damage onto these tier 4s. Maybe force. I don't even think he has enough gold for buyback on Bristle. No hero in this game
Where's-
currently has buyback. Blinking forward
Okay,
with
that
Inkswell.
buyback board is kind of sad. And at the same time, Kara looking in for the engagement. Dragonson looking for the low people. Can he get someone as well? Zor, pretty easy. That's an easy
Skillful
kill.
multicast.
Dragonson trying to look in for the search right now. Does have Rupture. Can he use it onto Shaggy on someone? Old Rat coming in with the Rage. Bloodlust pushed
no.
out. But the Dragonson
Oh, he
Bloodseeker
pops like a
just
balloon.
destroyed. 42 seconds without your carry, as the Ogre
Oh
Magi
my
doesn't even
God.
make it home into the fountain.
I didn't even
Opening up
make
their
it.
wounds, just ripping them up. No multicast. Well played. Thank you, Ice Frog.
Let's see if we
It's
can
just
find a
jaded
little
as
magic.
LGTK tries to put out the magnetize, push out a little bit of magic. But at the same time, even with the active bristleback, DJ Dingus cannot really find any kills here. Old Rat, can you boulder smash him in to the
Maybe.
fountain? Chicken, a little bit low. A bit more damage coming out from the bristleback would be nice. DJ Dingus, but no actives anymore.
The Sad Man
Cannot
Courier,
take
no
them off.
ads. Copium. We're back in it.
Shaggy. They're still infested by the Life Stealer. He should be fine, more than fine, as the IO and DJ Dingus,
my
even
God.
the two of them can't do much against all of this. Still,
Big
Bristle
multicast
bats
here.
going through, doesn't go through with the multicast. Karam, double multicast here. The Ignite goes through, but at the same time, with the scythe, they just cut down on the Ogre Magi. You expect to win against the 70% win rate, Shaggy. Make that even more, as they will. They don't care about the side lanes. These guys are just straight up going for the throne, as Alren will confirm the GG. And down goes the Ancient.
Alren saying GG before Fry Boys put it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Like, did they actually call the
No,
GG before
Fry
Alren
Boys did
did?
not state GG.
Dang.
A little bit of spiciness coming out.
I mean, to be fair, was basically like, the last legs of the Ancient they needed to take out. But 33-14 with a 20k net worth lead. Honored Vanguard, they played clean Dota. Cannot even complain.
We touched on the subject of meta bans, respect bans. When the two align, you gotta take it. Letting that Necro through without a way to counter it. You don't have the Doom to stop the lifesteal and heal. You don't have the Ancient Apparition. It's gone out of the draft.
You don't have a good Spirit Breaker to just keep up contact, just deliver some contact until the rest of the team catches up.
Notable change, no longer Team Spirit Breaker, back to his original status.
Thank God, by the way.
I like the change. All right, friends, and for the folks at home, we have an interview coming up with the winning team with Zor, position 3 player for Honored Vanguard. If you have any questions out there.
Yeah, basically type it in the chat. We'll try and keep him busy until the meantime. But yeah, I mean, honestly, this just goes to show people have been looking at this bristleback all TI. And now if you have, the address to it, it's not that big of a problem, is it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like, I mean, even if heroes are just, part of the meta for so long and like a meta gets stale at the same time, eventually, I guess, big brain people will just start figuring out counters to these meta heroes.
Yeah, you definitely find the tools to deal with it over time. And I mean, something being noted, Honor Vanguard had 0 break against this Bristle. They were not concerned. They knew they had the sustain. They knew they had the heal, like nerf with Zor. And Bristle just never had the chance to get to the Bloodstone in either game, I believe.
Nah, no. He was going for the Aghanim's Vanguard BKB build, which I'm not personally a fan of. I do prefer the Bloodstone first, but yeah, just shut him down after the laning stage, and he's just never gonna pop off. I think the Honor Vanguard had the proper approach of just start running at them mid game and never letting them breathe. I think Thana was absolutely the MVP in the second game, to be honest. With Shaggy, running distraction and everything, Thana was the one, on point, just keeping up with the objectives.
Yeah. 0-2 and 21 on the stat line. So good.
And yeah, speaking of the winning team, I do believe we have Zor with us here. Zor?
Yeah, hello,
How's it
sorry.
going? Congratulations
Hello.
on the win.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, actually, what did you play on the first game? I already forgot. My brain is
Kunkka.
just quite short.
The Zor Kunkka,
Like
it's
Kunkka.
legendary.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Kunkka. So yeah, now those are pretty different. Like, one with the zoning and then one with the major targeting. How was it like basically in these last two games? What did you feel?
I mean, overall, it was pretty easy. I guess we got lucky that Sammy Boy was playing another tournament, but what can you do? I think this is like our first time playing together, or at least first time I'm playing with these guys as a team. So just getting
Yeah,
used
how do
to playing with each other.
How do you feel getting picked up in week 2?
I mean, the first week didn't go too well for us. A bit of a rough, or at least for my old team. I also heard that they had some problems on this team, that they had like 2 carry players, and like Vol was forced to play off lane.
Yeah.
So I guess this like works better for them too.
Yeah, a bit
Do
of
you,
a Charuni's coming back and forth, but
Do you think the
Malibu.
flexibility that the league allows is that a favorable thing for players?
It's cool, but like I like playing with my friends too. So on last team I had Wake Me Up's my friend, and on this team like I know Thana. We've been playing together for a long time. So as long as you have like at least a few people that you like know previously, I think it's cool.
Right on. How do you
Yes.
feel about the draft between these two games? It just seems like Fry Boys just didn't have enough lockdown or enough answers to meet the Kunkka, the Life Stealer,
Yeah, I mean,
the Necro.
like they picked like in the first game they picked Faceless Void to counter the Kunkka because you can just time walk all of the Tidebringers in lane, and if you like time your time walk properly, you can dodge X as well. But it's like really difficult to play against AA, so kind of a weird pick, I think. And then just like all of their heroes, like like they were playing first game they played Dazzle, Bristle, Void course, and they're all countered by AA. So I think that's just a bit of a rough one for them. And then second game, I don't know. They picked Bloodseeker into Doom, which I don't think is very good. In lane it's good, but not in game. I guess that's the thing. They focused on lanes, and we just got past the lanes, and then it was hard for them.
Yeah, that's always the name of the game. But you did mention playing with your friends. Do you think like this format is just better for the viewers and the sponsors in general, or do you think they need to allow friend stacks to qualify, as in like the traditional sense of the game, or
You mean like if
are
you
happy?
go in with a team, or like?
Yeah. That's what I'm basically saying. Do you think any
I kind of think this tournament doing it like differently is fine, because like there's lots of other tournaments where you have like you can make your own stacks, so it's like something different. It's fun for both players and viewers, I guess.
Yeah, diversity in structure is kind of nice.
So
and then you also get like since it's only NA players, you get to see like more of the NA talent supposedly. Same thing with like Division 2, like you have just a larger pool of players to look at.
True, absolutely true. Although, yeah, I'm just sitting here as an imposter. Speaking of an A, but
one of us. You're an honorary NA member, Dodak.
Yeah, hell yeah. But yeah, Malibu. Any more questions?
Yeah. So Zor, we finally got some communication from Valve for the first time in forever. New patch dropping on Monday. What are some changes that you're hoping to see?
Just nerfing the broken shit. It's just like every game, same 5 heroes get picked like on first pick, and they usually get banned. Sometimes they get through. It's just kind of boring, Yeah. Just want some changes. I don't care what. Just shake it up.
All right. I feel like that's been the general consensus between pros, semi-pros, and shitters alike.
Yeah.
We're all tired of it.
Okay.
Do you have anybody you want to shout out before you go?
Yeah, my boys Rem and Jed. I saw they were cheering us in the chat, so definitely to them, and Hatlord as well. He
Hell yeah.
he was yelling at ESL for us after we kind of got screwed over by them and during the open qualifiers. So
yeah, I was following along with that. That's really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, what can you do?
And
then obviously, my team.
Right
by the way, speaking of your team, and previous series won by YodiBrodi Nexus with a clean 2-0 once more. You guys are facing them in the semis. What do you think of your chances?
Which one is that? Oh, that's the SMD team, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they won last time, so it's going to be probably the hardest match out of all of them. So if we win that, pretty sure we can win the grand finals, but we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, so Honor
Yeah,
and
it's-
Vanguard chugging for their next win.
It's like those tournaments where like the semifinals match is the true final, you know. You fight your way through to the finals and you're like, this is it? Really? All right. Well, Zor, thank you for taking the time to chat with us after that
Yep.
like quick 2-0. Best of luck in your semifinals match on Sunday. Look forward to watching it.
Thank you very much.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I guess we do have to have a little bit of a sleep. And tomorrow we're going to be back with Sporkface Killers versus Grin Esports, along with Astronaut Esports and Bullish on Gaming. I do believe we also have the semis getting played tomorrow at the end of the day. And then with that, we will have one semifinal and then the finals as well on final Sunday, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken.
The
the
typical
schedule.
format is usually 2 semifinals on Sunday and then the finals and like the
Yeah,
late
but
Sunday.
do believe you have
ESL
like a
might screw it up.
schedule mess up, and yeah, of course, it's also up to ESL with the schedules and the qualifiers for Kuala Lumpur, as those are absolutely going on in the meantime. So there's much more Dota to be watching, but we're really glad you guys decided to join us instead. And yeah, I guess that's it for today. Thank you, Malibu. Thank you, Pop Tart, for running production. I've been Dodai, and of course, cheers to all you guys. Thank you for supporting. Put out those supporter packs and join us tomorrow as well.
Bye-bye.